the Super Bowl with Kendrick and being like,
Oh, and how all the racist white people were
well,
mad.
no, I'm not talking about the
The same
racists.
people who think jazz isn't music.
I'm talking about specifically the people who um, saw what he was doing on the stage, acknowledged it, but was like, they were kind of poo pooing him because he's a rich guy, and a singer and an artist, and it's like, I don't understand. Like, this is literally what you want. He did this to Donald Trump's face, and from what I understand, Donald Trump left after the halftime show.
Oh, I don't. I not too familiar with it because
So
I don't really care about these
yeah,
things.
yeah, but like,
I just know
so
that the racists were all mad
yes, yeah.
and
So
say
obviously
that
the
the
racists,
music. It's
yes,
like in South Park how they like. I think it's dubstep that sounds like just farts to them.
yes, it is.
Which is funny because if you do listen to dubstep, it sounds
It
like
is just
farts,
farts.
and
Yeah.
it's so dated now. You
Well,
know,
I
it's like disco. Like
yeah,
to put a disco track in, like think of a movie, right? To put a disco track in your movie, like Guardians of the Galaxy, great example of where it
hmm,
works. You know what I
yeah, but
mean?
it's
But you
80s
have
themed.
to specifically plan around
Yes.
using that type of disco song. The Martian is another one because the disco music is the joke. Because that's the only music he has,
Yes.
you know? So the thing with dubstep is it fucking dates shit so hard to that era. Like you just know it's from that era because there'll be like a dubstep song in it, and like a lot of times it's like a fight scene, and you're like, man, this
Mm.
fight scene would be so cool if it wasn't for this shit music.
There are a few instances that I can't think off the top of my head that I can explicitly remember where I'm like, this music sucks. What is happening? It's like, it does happen every now and again. And I am always surprised that it makes it past
The thing about
final edit.
the thing about dubstep is that like Skrillex is like, do you know why he started making dubstep and
Well,
what happened?
he stole it from the British, essentially. The
No, no,
British had
no,
like an underground
no,
dubstep
not.
scene, and he
It's
was
not.
like,
He didn't invent it. But do you know why he went into DJing?
he was a metal guy, and I think he sucked or something.
No, no. He was like he it was AFI.
Okay.
He was the singer of, which is like
Really?
emo. It's like very, but
Like
he
Miss Murder AFI.
yeah,
No
that's
shit.
Skrillex, right? Isn't
I
that
didn't.
Skrillex?
No, surely fucking not.
Yeah,
No. What's
yeah.
his name? Sonny what? Nah, surely fucking not.
He was in one of those bands. What's Skrillex's name?
Sonny
From
or
first to last, maybe. Hang on.
yes, you nailed it. It was from first to last.
Same thing.
Yeah, lead vocalist, post-hardcore band First to Last, recorded 2 studio albums, leaving to pursue a solo career. First solo artist in 2007.
Yeah, so like he
All-time
apparently
low.
was hurting his voice a lot performing.
Uh,
So he was like, "Oh, I'm just going to fucking DJ so I don't hurt my voice and I can
yeah,
still like create music."
yeah.
And then he like he got really into it
Because
and
dubstep is a British underground
yeah,
genre of
but you
music,
know what I'm saying?
and
It's like Skrillex is like the only person who like
I watched.
did good stuff that you can fucking like potentially still use today and not ruin something instantly by putting dubstep in.
I I watched a documentary about Skrillex and dubstep, and the dubstep scene is very different to what Skrillex makes. I would argue
Skrillex.
it's even not dubstep. It's like his own new form of it. Um, because the dubstep in clubs is, from what I saw, totally different. Totally fucking different. And he just sort of mainstreamed it and put it into public eye, where dubstep is still around. It's still going hard in British clubs, like drum and bass circles, shit like that. Still goes hard, apparently. And they all fucking hate Skrillex. They all fucking hate him. It's very funny. But yeah, it's very, I don't know, it's very interesting watching music evolve and then going back and realizing what was happening. Like people go back now and look at the music industry now and probably go, we probably all thought this was pretty shit. And then there's like pop music, sure, pop music, but in the 80s, I'm sure that there were tons of pop music that just sort of faded off and nobody fucking knows about. 100% there's that. So it's like every era's got to have their junk songs, right? So we're listening to all the junk songs on the radio. I'm curious what the classics are going to be in 20 years. I'm very interested to see what that'll come out to be, because like, do you think people predicted classics back in the day? Like, oh, this will be a classic song, a classic band.
Mm-hmm.
Like AC/DC. Do you think that the people were like, oh, first album from AC/DC, oh, these guys are going to be huge? Maybe?
I don't know how the industry was back then. But I think when there's songs like the White Chick song. That's a classic,
The dun 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 dun
No,
dun dun. That one?
the Vanessa Carlton, Making My Way Downtown.
Oh, that one.
Like, that's a classic. And
Yes.
everyone knew at the time it was a classic. That's why it's in White Chicks.
That is true. That is a very good point. But it's like, those are one-hit wonders. Do they sit in the same category?
I don't know.
Because, like, this is a...
I don't really give it much thought.
No, that's fair. Because, like, one-hit wonders, there are plenty of them. But, I don't know. Because the staying power... Like, surely some people will see the staying power of some people and be like, we should foster this. But, like, whether everyone else does, I don't know. Especially now with the internet. Everybody has a fucking opinion. And now everybody gets to put in their opinion on an artist. Like Drake. Fuck Drake. Fuck that guy. You see him throw a thong at a drone? It was pathetic.
Hey! Drop a beat.
Gel pens, Gatorade, keys and tabs, pens and microphones, bottles and...
Dead! What's that? It's our biggest subscriber loss of all time.
Nice.
Oh, woe is me.
We'll be right back.
Huh?
Hold on, let me take that again. Glenn.
Oh my God.
You mentioned earlier this kind of
Right.
massive attack by the Trump administration on colleges and universities.
Okay.
You obviously care a great deal about academia. You work
Get
in
to the point,
academia.
Glenn.
You have pretty much your adult life. It's something that I know you value. You've
Well, it's a disaster. There's just no question about it.
Calm down,
I
man.
mean, not only is free speech being attacked here, but
Okay, so that's my man Glenn Greenwald. From what I understand, he does a show on Bumble. Delete that. Delete what I just said. This has been a thing forever, as long as I can remember.
Censorship.
If you're kind of publicly anti-war, you get one of these.
Boom, 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 boom.
You get one of these. But this is one of those things where I'm like, this is getting very weird. This is a bipartisan thing, by the way. We've seen a lot of this. It's getting real weird.
Part of the new student visa process is the U.S. diplomats are going to scour your social media presence.
Okay.
And if it is found that you have been criticizing the United States or Israel with their war in Gaza, guess what?
Is
you're
he
not
drunk?
gonna get that visa. And we all know
Sounds
this
like
because
it.
a cable was sent out to all diplomats around the world on March 25th by Marco
When?
Rubio, detailing exactly that. Now there are concerns.
I
about
love when he
free
says
speech
when,
and the
right
to
when
protest
he
foreign-
literally said the date.
foreign citizens
I
that
bet there
come
are.
to the American shores. Now, I'm a big
Yikes.
fan of the Constitution and the First Amendment specifically, and I don't think that that should ever be restricted for American citizens.
Okay.
But if you are a foreign citizen coming to America, starting trouble, we have plenty of people in America.
These people are so stupid. They really
If
don't
we
understand.
could literally do the game where we pause and go, but with every single one of these people.
Every single one, because it always happens. But like, these people are so stupid. Like, do they not understand that the Constitution protects people under
I love
American
I love
jurisdiction?
anytime you have to qualify something because you know it contradicts your views.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, why are you stating your views just because you're contradicting them?
Yeah. But like, it's wild because the Constitution literally protects people under American jurisdiction. I'm pretty sure it says explicitly says jurisdiction, right? Which means that if you are inside the United States, you are subject to the jurisdiction of the United States and therefore protected by the Constitution. The Constitution is a restriction on government, not a law giving people anything. That's all it is. It says these are inherent rights. That's all it says. It protects everyone. I don't understand why Americans who claim to be constitutionalists don't understand this. I am Australian. I understand this. It's not difficult. Stop being retarded.
That will do that freely here. We don't need to use and waste our resources from
Okay.
another country coming
Took a
here
twist.
to stir the pot. So
Guy
let this
took a
be
twist.
warning. If you're coming here,
Like, we should launch a campaign for retarded to be the term referring to conservative people, rather than an old, outdated clinical term for mental disability. Or well, actually, you know what? Let's use the dictionary definition of retard,
Because they're
and we can call them retards because they are withholding progress. They are retards. And I'm not saying retard, I'm saying retard.
on a student visa, shut the fuck up, learn what you need to learn, and then go back to wherever.
Hey, dickhead, on a student visa, I can work. Did you know that? As a student in the United States, subject to the jurisdiction of the United States, I can work within the college town. That is, by law, a legal thing that I could do in 2019 when I was in the United States. I did not, because I'd rather get drunk and fucking do fun shit than work. But especially in America, for $5 an hour, you can go get fucked. So, you know, you're wrong. I know more than you.
Wherever it is you come from.
Okay, I was not expecting that.
Risk that you will not finish your education here and you will be deported.
Was
before
not
getting
expecting
that
him to take it in that
Part of the
direction.
Man, you know what would happen then if people just have a risk of being deported from as an international student coming to the United States for an exchange program? Also, the State Department sent me an email being like, hey, can you give me feedback for your international exchange program? No, you can go fuck yourself. How about that? Pay me. You want me to give you feedback? Pay me.
Not expecting him to take it in that direction. I should have.
Whoa, I got whiplash from that. Whoa, whoa.
Hey, they will be scouring your social media. I like that. I think that people who say stuff should get willing.
Boom, 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 boom.
Imagine your social media posts and messages getting scrutinized.
I try not
No,
to.
I'm not talking about an Indian parent of a 12-year-old boy or a girl. It is AI that will be doing it. For international students in the US, this is a reality. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has ordered diplomats
little
overseas
Marco Rubio to you.
scrutinize the social media content of some applicants for students and other types of visas.
Okay, so this is that guy Marco Rubio. Remember that thing? What was it? Little Marco. The guy was calling him Little Marco. From what I remember, they got in a shoving match. One of the guys roundhouse kicked the other. I can't remember. Oh, there's a missed opportunity there, too. Little Marco, not that great. Micro Rubio would have been better. So put in the comments for that. Okay, but those are jokes there.
That is
this
so much
kinda,
better.
You know, disturbing. This is one of the weirder things that I've been seeing over and over again. Oh, hey, Micro Rubio is going to check your social media using AI. Oh, great. Using AI to make sure you don't do too much free speech on there, or then they'll boot your ass out of the country. Oh, great. I don't know. This is pretty troubling, but I'm sure the...
Hey, guys. The entire world is like, boycott American products. I'm sitting here eating Jolly Ranchers.
People who have been whining and complaining about free speech for a long time, I'm sure they're talking about this, right?
Doesn't bother me.
And Joe Rogan has tremendously helped this country.
Absolutely, man.
Plethora.
Joe Rogan has tremendously helped this country, and he's helped us to recognize that.
Generally speaking, Chinese people look Chinese.
Chinese.
Exactly what describes other people to be. And Joe Rogan has tremendously helped this country.
Thank you.
Propped up a plethora of different voices and opinions and allowed them to be...
It's more like Joe Rogan got manipulated by, let's just call them fascists at this point, to allow them to get onto the platform to culminate in the most recent guy, literally a Hitler apologist. Pretty fucking cool.
But don't you know, he didn't have a dad.
Great. Maybe that's why he's a fascist.
Well, that's the whole joke in the elephant graveyard video.
Heard.
Oh, yes, that one, yes. Yes. That's a great video. Did you watch it on stream?
No. I watched it on my own.
Yeah, we should run it on stream, because it's a great video.
But it's very long.
It's only
too
30
long
minutes.
It's too long for stream, I think. But Majority Report played a clip of it the other day, and it was like the perfect clip.
Okay, find that one, because that's
well,
kinda
it's in another video that's like an hour long. That's what I mean.
Oh, it's in one of their shows.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And it was just like the whole video is like, you really don't need a whole video to point out what he's pointing out.
No, but he does it
in
his way. That's why the videos are like the way that they are.
Yeah.
And honestly, I fucking love that channel. He makes such good videos. And I
try to avoid
envious.
things that like are more like redundant information like that.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, that's like something that there's certain videos that just aren't very stream
Yeah.
friendly.
Yeah, fair. But I really enjoy the way that guy makes videos. I'm envious of how he can string shit together. Just that story writing creativity that I don't have.
Oh, it takes practice.
Decentralizing the ability.
Yeah, obviously. It's just a matter of actually going and doing it.
Actually write instead of argue on the internet, and you'll start learning how to do it.
Of individuals to share their ideas in this country in a much beneficial way.
Okay, so yeah, obviously, none of these guys are talking
They
about
will
this.
do it
Probably
on
the
its own.
biggest free speech story. You know, honestly, kind of very weird. None of these guys are talking about it. Credit to Glenn. What's the guy's name? Glenn. Credit to Glenn. He does do his show from an abandoned yogurt shop. I don't know why. It does look like that to me. But credit to him. He is all over the place, but he is kind of, he does do stories about this where he's like, man, this is not right. They're really censoring people's free speech. Actually, this is not widely reported, this crazy thing, which is kind of telling. I have to go to like news from India to hear about this.
He is also deporting foreign students taking part in campus protests against Israel's war on Gaza. Through a long cable, Rubio asked officials to refer certain student and exchange visitor visas applications to the fraud prevention unit for a mandatory social media check.
Yeah, this is very weird. I didn't really know the extent of this, that this is kind of happening all over the place. What is this? 4,000 views on this. This is news, but you know what we say on this channel. If it don't got views, it ain't news. But this is... Okay, sorry, I take that back. This is news.
University of Washington students rallied against the Trump administration.
Well, why does the sound so bad? Welcome to Fox 13 Seattle, where the sound is all... And then it goes like this. Okay, and then stop.
University of Washington students rallied against the Trump administration's federal actions, including funding cuts and visa revocations.
The university says those revocations came without notice, impacting 5 international students and 4 recent graduates.
27-year-old Arjun Kumar's work involves understanding the immune system and why it struggles to control cancer. He believes
cancer.
made
That's
a
why he
new
gets
insight
muted.
which could help improve cancer treatments.
Kick him out.
This is just...
Hey, I said kick him out. He might have said something anti-war on social media. Kick him out like this.
Boom. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm scared. I'm an international student. I check my portal every single day.
Okay, whoa. So this is University of Washington. So this is happening all over the place. And it is disgusting.
On an F1 visa, Levin Kim, a South Korean PhD student in...
Do you want me to play that, the Nerf video?
Oh, that's like for a dumb time. Like...
Okay.
Maybe even not even play it at all. But it's in there if we want to kill time doing something extremely pointless that is literally just a waste of time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, maybe we put it on when we're shutting down and switching channels.
Okay. I've got that, yeah. Did you get a message from him yet?
No.
Because he got back to the 5th gen page. He said he'd going to message you to organize a time to come on and do it. Probably next week. Sometime next week. So just keep an eye out for that.
Information science is speaking out in the wake that 5 UW students and 4 recent graduates had their visas revoked without notice.
Okay, let's check in with the guy who's, what, like the face of this stuff? Who's the pendejo of this stuff? People call him Micro Rubio, I've heard, which is not nice. And what, a guy jump kicked him, I think, during an election race or whatever.
That's sick stuff, man.
Maybe he can clear this up.
Why would any country in the world allow people to come and disrupt? Now, we gave you a visa to come and study.
I don't know.
Get a degree.
Okay.
Not to become a social activist that tears up our university campuses.
Huh?
And if we've given you a visa and then you decide to do that, we're going to take it away.
Okay.
Why would any country in the world?
Oh, yeah, okay, great, man. This is not me saying this. A lot of people say this, but
surely this is the most cut and dry First Amendment case ever.
Well, I mean, these guys are the arbiters of the First Amendment, aren't they?
I guess.
They get to say when speech should be censored.
Oh. I don't know. I don't know about you, but, you know, there's a reason that the American government is scared of its people. Or should be. Maybe Americans should start standing up and do something about it before your entire country gets destroyed by these fucking retards.
This guy, Marco, he's one of those guys he seems like an idiot. You know, he not just is
he seems like an idiot.
You know what I mean? He seems like an idiot.
That's not nice.
But it's true. He's an idiot who seems like an idiot. That's great. Hey, you can come here to study, but you can't say stuff. Hey, whoa, no, we love when people say stuff, but you can't. Okay? Any questions about that? Yeah, Marco, I do have a question on that. I'm from the press.
Chat.
I do have a question.
1 second.
Why do you seem like an idiot? And are an idiot? Oh, wow. The New York Times did a story on this. The pendejo Times did a story on this. Micro Rubio, don't call him that, man, orders U.S. diplomats to scour what is that word? Student visa applicants' social media. The order comes as Trump, this guy,
it's weird,
expands deportation efforts, including of students who have spoken out in support of Palestinians. Secretary of State, who's known as Micro Rubio, has ordered diplomats overseas to scrutinize the social media content of some applicants for student and other types of visas in an effort to bar those suspected of criticizing the United States and Israel from entering the country, U.S. officials say. That's great, man. pendejo. You know, a lot of this stuff, it's so goddamn stupid that it's like beyond making fun of at this point. It's just like,
oh my god.
I'm here. I just didn't click my thing.
That happened so quickly. How did they make a Minecraft movie 9/11 meme that quickly?
How couldn't it? It's the Minecraft movie is the biggest meme right now.
That's fucking incredible.
Get off Twitter.
Oh my god, Just that line makes me never want to watch this movie.
That's all the movie is.
That's awful.
That's all it is. It's literally made just for people who play Minecraft. It's just him constantly saying the object's name.
Oh my god.
Or the thing's name. I told you. It's going to be fucking... All the Minecraft people are going to love it. I knew they were going to love it when, in the ad, he pulls out a bucket of water and drops it to cushion their fall. And says, I'm going to throw this bucket of water down to cushion our fall. Like, literally explaining the game mechanic. And then landing in the water to stop it. And I said, this movie's going to fucking be gold. I won't care. You know, but like this, you know, it's like the Street Fighter movie, right? Like everyone kind of likes it as a fucking shitty nostalgia thing. You know,
movie?
The Street Fighter movie.
Don't think I've ever seen it.
It's terrible. But like also the original Super Mario Bros. You know, like they didn't make it for the audience it was supposed to be made. They're like, well, we gotta make it for regular people or something. You can't be having video games and movies. You know, it's just like dumb. Like, they don't actually understand the medium that they're adapting.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And the Mario movie, even though I haven't seen it, nor don't care, and the Sonic movie, both were able to actually do the modern video game movie where it's actually finally successful. They finally got somebody who understood how to translate the medium to a movie and did it. And the Minecraft movie is like literally just that. It's just
what do they call it? Fan service.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's just constant like references to the game and literally saying the things that are in the game.
Toilet.
Come on, Sam. Jesus, man. Enough with that kind of talk, man. You're an adult. You're an adult.
Which
man.
also
Toilets.
The shittiness of it.
You know, it's
like how shitty it's made.
You don't get it.
And by that I mean like how well it executes what it's trying to do.
Yes.
So
what would you comparatively say is something like it?
Transformers is trying to sell you toys as a show.
Okay.
That's the type of like hollowness that's there.
Yeah, okay.
Right? But like it's got the Morbius style meme to it too, because the jokes are so terrible. And just them announcing a game mechanic, and that's the joke.
Values here, like freedom of speech. By the way,
so
don't
because
do that.
it has that
Wait,
shitty meme quality, it also is being celebrated in meme culture because of how
they don't
shitty
get
it
our
is.
values.
So of course there's a 9/11 meme.
That happens so quickly.
Either because we don't have any of those.
I'm Jeremy Scahill from Dropsite News, dropsitenews.com.
And you need to drop the attitude. News.com. Okay.
Since it took power on January 20th, the Trump administration has engaged in what can only be described as an all-out assault on First Amendment rights and due process because of their activism, because of their speech, including those who have legal permanent residency status in the United States or green cards. Colleges and universities, including Columbia, have capitulated instead of fighting. These are schools that have vast endowments, they have resources, they have lawyers, and yet they have folded in the face of the kind of pressure on private institutions that we have not seen in the United States since the McCarthy era.
This is the guy who does
that is
he's the
filled
other
with people.
Intercept guy, right? With Ryan Grimm.
I'm not sure. I genuinely don't know.
I think so. Chat,
I'm gonna
back me
take
up.
your word for it.
Who have claimed for years, the entire duration of the Biden presidency, that they were free speech people. They are the real free speech supporters.
I see the irony.
They were
there.
the ones against cancel culture.
Okay.
But in reality, this administration is the party that is trying to cancel constitutional rights.
It's weird. Did not know this until now, until I found this interview. What's the guy's name? Jeremy Scahill. This kind of censorship thing is happening pretty seriously in Germany, too, for a lot of the same reasons. This guy is
I love
a lawyer
that the victim
in Germany.
persecution.
Check this out.
They had to make up themselves being victimized, so then they could be like, "Yeah, we're gonna do it 10 times as hard back to you because of what you did to us."
Mm-hmm. It's always the same. It's always.
Yeah, it's called being a Nazi.
It's just reactionary shit.
It's called being a Nazi.
Yeah.
Demonstrations of pro-Palestinian demonstrations and basically Palestine exception to free speech on every level in the days and weeks after October 7th.
You know who's one of my favorite outraged people?
Of
Who
demonstrations
does nothing but be
of pro-Palestinian
outraged all day?
Go on.
Forest Mommy.
Yes, she does.
It's like, wow, you at least used to be funny, but now it's just like, can you believe this? Can you believe that? Like,
Yeah,
okay,
kinda
Karen.
It kind of turned when she ran for office, and I
No
think what
shit.
happened.
She's also a huge part of the fucking Mises caucus.
Yeah, I think what happened is she, when she ran, everybody started surrounding her and trying to confirm her biases already, and tried to sort of secure.
Well, she was already a dumb bitch.
Yeah. Like she was fine. Like it wasn't overly too bad, but it's gotten significantly worse. Same with
It's so funny though.
Clint Russell, I think his name is.
Like, can
the
you
Liberty
imagine
Lockdown
being
guy.
mad all the time? And being a white lady?
I don't
who's
need to.
mad and complaining about everything all the time?
It was me 6 years ago, 7 years ago. It's that mentality. They just haven't moved past it.
In basically all German cities.
Whoa.
I think the most extreme example is Hamburg. In Hamburg, from 15 October till the 8th of December 2023, there was a general directive by the city that banned any pro-Palestinian demonstration.
So yeah, very disgusting. Stop, man. Seeing this kind of all over the place, I do think, this is just me, okay, give me a break. I could be wrong, but I do think that this kind of thing is harder to do now. This kind of media brainwashing censorship thing. I remember this happening in the early 2000s. I think it's harder to do now with the internet, what they're trying to do here. Could be wrong. I don't know. Okay, let's check this out. What is it? Oh, this is an article. Whoa. Wow. Weird. After more than a decade of liberal-driven censorship and cancel culture, Donald Trump's second election win was meant to have, in his words, save free speech in America.
It's weird.
He was quoted as saying, free speech?
It's weird.
Starting with an executive order on day one to stop all government censorship. Whoa, so now you can go like this. And you can go like this.
Shut up!
Which is intolerable in a free society. Instead, Trump's ascent to the presidency is so far seeing a dramatic, across-the-board clampdown on all kinds of First Amendment protected speech, and a ramping up of government suppression of certain viewpoints. We tend to associate this with pro-Palestinian activism, and there's no doubt that that's an area where it's the most aggressive actions taken to chill political speech.
It's weird.
Administration has, without precedent, asserted the right to unilaterally revoke the legal status of permanent residents and all that. But this barely touches the surface. One visa holder, a French scientist here for a conference, this is crazy, was barred from entering the United States and sent back to France, not because of anything pro-Palestine, he said. Instead, authorities went through his phone and found private messages he had sent that were critical of Trump's science policies. Okay.
It's weird.
This is a weird story, and this is part of the problem right here. Is I read a bunch of stories about this. Oh, the scientists, you know, they took his phone. They took this little French guy's phone, and they said, "Hey, you're writing stuff."
Did you want me to play the Poppy videos, or?
Huh?
Did you want me to put the Poppy videos that you put on the list on, or?
Put one in there. You can, you know.
Okay, I was just double checking because there's also this Kyle Hill video that I want to put in about a cancer treatment. So yeah.
That's mean about Trump. You're not allowed in the country. So that's what they're saying, and that's what everybody in France is saying. But then the U.S. government and like.
Oh, did you see Victor Gow's on his bullshit again? Poppy, not puppies.
Anybody who supports it?
No. I was never that bad. I never got to that point. I never got to that point. I was always in the libertarian sort of spectrum, if you want to call it that, with a bit more right sympathies, because that's just the circle that I was in, coming out of Gamergate and all that sort of shit. That's just the circles that I was in online. Like, if you want to talk about some shit that I used to watch, I'll show you some shit that I used to watch.
We're good.
Good lord. But I will eventually make especially after, maybe after.
Why I write the left, or something.
Yes, something like that. Yes, exactly, something exactly like that.
It's
yes.
just a nonsensical statement.
Yes, and it's
then
like.
and then in your brackets you can write.
Yes, and then talk about.
Conservative brainwashing or something.
Yeah, it's going to take a while because it's going to have to take a lot of backtracking and a lot of looking through old subscription feeds and that kind of stuff and going back through and trying to remember the videos I watched, the people I was watching, how they formed my opinion and how my worldview formed out of this and also intersected with like real world experiences kind of thing, kind of led me to where I am. So like, this is why I'm so anti-theory, is because you don't fucking need to read books, you goddamn nerds. No. But it's very, very interesting. The process of which I've gone through to reach where I am now. It's very curious, I'll say, because although it's like, Taylor Lorenz was still working at the time, and I remember her popping up a few times with like the web things that she does, you know, the information web things that she does. And because I was very invested in like what the people were saying, I'd never actually, I never looked further into things that they were talking about, assuming that they were telling me the whole story. And that is most of the problem that is still persistent to this day, is that people are more, willing to trust people just because they watch them and think that they know them through a parasocial relationship, rather than going and reading. I mean, we've seen it when people come into our chat and they're like, hey, this is how it is. And we're like, okay, source. And then we read the source and it tells them the exact opposite. Because they don't read. I know they don't read because I don't read, and I'm just like them. They just like me, for real.
Who supports Trump is like, oh no, he actually had confidential stuff somewhere. That's why they wouldn't let him in. This part of the problem with this is that it's like, okay, like, who do we believe on this? The people in the U.S. don't seem very trustable, so now it's like nobody knows what to believe kind of thing now. Okay, what the hell else does this goddamn thing right here say? Despite promising a return to that fundamental commitment to free expression at the start of the year, Facebook and Instagram, parent company Meta, seem to have simply changed the target of its speech suppression, kicking off this guy.
Understandable confusion.
It's weird.
Term by censoring the posts and accounts of several abortion pill providers, as well as pro-LGBTQ posts.
Just
that it later
the
said
amount of like
because of a technical
libertarian
error.
shit when I first got onto Twitter. like that was the like first circle that I exploited to like build a base underneath me.
Yeah.
And like everything is just like you literally have your phone in your hand replying and you can't go to Google.
I know, it's
like every single thing that they try to be outraged or talk about, you just Google search and you fucking straight up instantly get a result that they're fucking wrong. And especially with COVID, they drove me crazy.
Yeah.
Because they're the least informed people.
We've still got this that we can look through as well.
I'm good.
Which is like old stuff that we put up.
We can find highlights.
Yeah, well, maybe somebody can slog through this shit.
You can, and then find highlights.
You know News Baby? The guy, the top left corner here, this guy here, he is now basically
he works for News
working
Baby.
for them, which is kind of funny. And I think he does.
Did you teach him how to Google search things?
No. What I found is that every time I tried to get them to understand how journalism works, they refused. Which is why I left. Because they're like same thing, right? Same thing here. Whereas like I'll run the writing, I'll do this, and then because he claims to be an ANCAP, he loves to micromanage because he loves hierarchy, and he thought that he was the boss. And I told him to fuck off, stop micromanaging me, and he didn't like that. So. And as soon as I fucking took all my... Because this is the other thing, is I took all my work, because I was doing the writing. So I took all my work with me, they had nothing. And then they start writing, and it's dog shit. It's awful. And it was just really funny to watch the turnaround. And now you can read all my old articles on the 5th Gen Substack, because they're just like news articles. Like literally raw news articles. Just news.
Foundation, a digital rights watchdog, has warned that online suppression of abortion-related content appears to be increasing, and it's happening across almost every social media platform. Oh, great. That's sort of interesting. I remember there was this group of boneheads, idiots, who were really dominating the news cycle, like a couple years ago or something. They were like, ooh, we got these Twitter files. Oh, man, they're censoring crap. That's not right, man. Weirdly, none of those boogers, people call them, I would never say that, none of these nefarious little turds, weirdos, seem to have anything to say about this. Man, weird. Social media censoring a bunch of people for stuff they should be allowed to say. Oh, nothing to say about this one. Oh, wow.
Weird.
I've got to say, I've interviewed you many times. I think this has been our best interview. And the fact it moves you so
Thank
much,
God,
it says it all. If you didn't genuinely care, you wouldn't get emotional talking about it.
Okay, right.
Just seeing this, it's
Don't-
malaise. It's
Don't
also
do it, man. Oh, boy.
overwhelming.
Waterworks, man.
Well, many evangelists, but for us
I love when he starts crying.
all, Dr. Jordan Peterson, author of the best-selling We Who Wrestle with God, co-founder of the Peterson Academy, rejoins me. Now, Jordan, great to see you.
And now
the best part is like getting that worked up to the point where you're constantly crying over things that aren't real. Every time.
I thought Tanky's back to Sard. What the fuck?
Not all.
No? Interesting.
No, it depends.
Well, that was probably the correct choice then. I would say that the fact that you were for the Free Syrian Army is arguably what probably saved you there.
On the sprinklers.
Because like Tanky's whatever. Who gives a shit? It's defending like current pieces of shit that really gets.
Well, that's the thing. This is that it's pretty hard to see what was happening in Syria and be a tanky after.
Yeah, I can imagine. You would have to do some real apologia.
Yeah,
and
like,
those people
like,
turned into
like, I think,
Claire Daly.
Well, she also like I said, like the reason why she got in is because like she was like actually a good opposition to power in Ireland. with getting legalization of abortion in a very
conservative country,
Christian country, mostly Catholic country, and that's funny because Ireland has these very, very left-wing traits, that people would ascribe. Like, you're obviously not going to find bigger support for Palestine in a white country than Ireland. It just doesn't exist.
Yeah, there's no way.
But at the same time, you'll have people like Conor McGregor, who literally said something we were laughing at about Ireland that was wrong. I don't remember what he did though, but the other day.
Yeah, no, I remember laughing about it. I can't remember the specifics either.
But I just know that them to being like, he's going to be the president, and it's like, oh, the guy with no power, huh? But like, she seriously got propelled into that EU position, and like was talking about how she was going to shake things up with the EU.
Yeah.
And Ireland loves the EU, right?
Yeah.
And so she was talking about shaking things up and like, like actually like getting at these fucking like hardcore protectionist type stuff.
Turned into what she did.
Yeah, it turned into Vladimir Putin doesn't engage with us because we call him a dictator. Yeah. And that was the beginning of that arc of her being, but like the other one is,
and now she's gone.
The new Claire, right? She got voted out because people fucking hated her because of this. They're like, what did we vote in? It's like Bernie's running mate was Brianna Greyjoy.
Oh my god, was it really? Jesus fucking Christ.
Or she was his campaign manager or something.
Yeah, okay.
But she was like affiliated with his campaign. Honestly, she was probably fine back then because the real reason she's like this today is because she's getting fucking paid for what she does.
Yeah.
And that's the real, like, all these people. I think, see, Piers pisses me off less because I genuinely think he's stupid. But he does reveal that he knows what he's doing. Because with that show where all the people were just normal and agreed that the pyramid shit was nothing, he had to be the crazy guy. So he clearly knows that he's making a product, and I don't think Piers Morgan does any real damage. It's like The View level.
Yes, yeah.
Nobody gives a fuck about what happens on The View. You may look at clips of it because it might be funny to make fun of.
Yeah.
And that's Piers Morgan's show.
Yeah, pretty much.
But, I mean, like, whoever his producer is, I know he is a producer as well on the show, but the main showrunner that he has, like, I would actually love to fucking work on his show. Like, the lineups that you get to do all day, and you have the polling power to do those lineups.
Yeah, true. That would be great.
So it's like I can find a lot of interesting guests, and just getting them to fucking agree to come on a show is another thing entirely. But when you have the Piers Morgan name behind you, you can fucking constantly be putting on really fucking interesting debates and talks that you can actually be proud of.
Dude, imagine the caliber of content that you could put out with Piers Morgan, and Piers Morgan would be, he would always be the stupid one.
I'm saying I would do exactly what they're already doing. I would just enjoy making the product because I think Piers Morgan has good shows constantly. It's not good because of him. It's good because of the format and the team, though. Like, he is just a name that brings value to the show. It's just like putting Chris Hansen in something,
Yes.
Talking about crying. He's ready to do one of these. Out of his eyes. Okay, wow, I can't believe this guy is still a thing, but Piers Morgan is a view man. He's a viewman.
He's a bit of a viewman.
And this already has 250,000 views in just a couple hours.
Whoa, not bad. This is news. Because it got views.
Trivial manner. It's like with the truth, for example. Why is the truth an adventure?
I have no idea.
Because if you're going to say what you believe to be true, you have to sacrifice the outcome.
Whoa.
Right? You can't.
He literally says nothing. Like, Jordan Peterson literally says nothing.
Use your words instrumentally in a manipulative way. You have to say what you think is the case, and then you have to let the cards fall wherever the hell they're going to.
Don't point
and
at me
that
like
can be
that.
a real mess, but it's unbelievably exciting because you don't know what's going to happen.
Right.
You know, and we know in the West, at least we knew that the truth is what sets you free, and that the world of proper order is founded on the truth. And there's terrible risk in that, as everyone who's tried to tell the truth under difficult circumstance comes to understand. But the payoff is that you turn towards the truth, and you turn
Waterworks
towards
is coming, man.
responsibility. Like, why wouldn't you?
I feel those eyes wetting up. Easy, man.
It's also the way, man, it makes you more confident. It makes you more trustworthy. It makes you a better partner. It makes you far more attractive to women.
Whoa.
At least women with any sense. You know, they can be.
I like women, not men. I've been in bed with probably 300 women.
All right, man. We get it.
And why does that make me emotional? Well, because I've seen the breadth of suffering.
You love crying.
And the consequence of its rectification.
Okay, well, yeah.
Oh, wow, yeah, this came up on my recommended, whatever the hell that is. Massive views, as always, from peers, you know, and this guy's crying on there the whole time, crying. His eyes are going like this. But over and over again in this interview, he's like, you got to say what you believe. You got to be allowed to say what you believe, and you got to stand up for what you believe. And people who try to stop you from doing that are creeps and idiots. But, you know, as I've just been reading the whole time, we probably got one of the biggest censorship stories in, you know, my lifetime, probably.
On the other hand,
if you go check
Jubilee
Jordan Peterson's
also
Twitter,
gets
he's on the
really
opposite side of it, totally,
good views.
completely.
Yeah, and I don't think I
do.
work there.
Well, you don't.
Yeah, the Jubilee shows are a bit... They're a bit too pop culture-y. They're too culture war-y. I think that's a massive problem.
Well, there's actually one that's really funny. You know how they do the Odd One Out show where it's like, find the secret black guy or find the secret white guy? Or find the secret straight guy in the group of gays, you know? They did one where it was Odd One Out, and it was find the black guy among the white guy. So they're all blindfolded, and it was all black guys trying to find the white guy that or they're all posing as whites. And seeing how far they could make it. And that one is funny because, like, when you create a formula that works, and then you get the one-off shows like that, there's something special. But Piers knows he's a product man, you know? He is there to keep people watching and to get clicks, so when he reads an ad, they don't click off. He is not a newsman. He is an advertiser type of showrunner, just like, what's his name? Mike Rowe.
Yes.
He like Mike Rowe and Piers Morgan, I have the same disrespect for. Like, Mike Rowe literally does not believe in any of the stuff that he's made. He literally just sees himself as someone who's there to sell products for advertisers.
Yeah. I mean, that's what most faces are.
Oh, Johnny
really.
Harris is another one.
Yep.
He's literally just Piers Morgan.
To be true.
You got to stand up for what you believe in and what you know is true. These young people, especially. Oh, also, he says in this interview, also, it'll get you babes. Lots of babes.
Whoa, Jordy, calm down, man. No.
You got to stand up for what you believe and what the truth is and what is right. Unless that is the Daily Wire pays me to say the opposite. But on the bright side, I don't think younger people are buying this, and they're definitely not watching Piers Morgan because it's filled with idiots and lunatics, who are also very boring.
Well, guys, there we go, an absolute another one.
An absolute banger. Wow. Of another one. It's Wednesday. Wednesday is a day we can deal with. It's like that The Cure song. What did that stupid guy say? Friday, I'm in love. He was in love with Friday. Wednesday, I think he said, could shut up. Wednesday is weird. That's what he said in that The Cure song, you know, from 30 years ago. But anyway, guys, hope you're doing great. Talk to you next time. Bye-bye.
Monday, I don't give a rat's ass. Oh, whoa, I think...
song is about, that's about eating disorders, am I right?
What is that song about? Why did you decide to write about eating disorders? What does that mean to you?
No, Gimme Choco lyrics mean it is about girls and women who love to eat chocolate, but they are afraid about putting on weight.
Got it. Okay. Thanks for explaining that.
Fucking read into it worse. Jesus Christ. That was fucking great.
Still a great video.
That's fucking awesome.
My favorite is that they made the song Chocolate and she clearly can't say the word.
Does Aunt Jemima have sex? She has a bottle of syrup. Ooh.
I'm so happy she's still making these fucking weird videos.
Yeah, she did it alongside the new album.
Elevator, so push the button for every floor. That's interesting.
I can't hear Magic 8 Ball though. I don't know what she's saying. This might be copyright music though. The specific improbably poppy song she does for the intro.
Maybe.
California, roughly 15 minutes outside of Los Angeles. How's everyone doing tonight?
Oh my God.
Be honest. You're too kind. I don't deserve this. Psst, hey, ugly. You deserve the world. You're just saying that. Duh. Guys, something really weird just happened.
Look, it's Plant.
Have we...
Jack, look, it's Plant.
I know. Have we ever seen the behind the scenes in a camera angle like this in a video? There have been ones, right?
Sure. In her videos,
Yeah,
I don't
yeah, in
know
these
enough
videos.
about her videos. I haven't seen them in years.
Yeah, fair.
Why would you do that? You've always been better than me. Always had it easier. Always know exactly what to say. When was the last time you looked in the mirror? What, like metaphorical or literally? You don't have the guts. Soon this puppy won't have any guts. I'm gonna rearrange him. And by that I mean fucking sex-like. You're insane. Not insane. I'm in love. I'm in love, and I... The theme of today's episode is taking risks. I took a risk and saved the day. I've seen this town chew puppets up, spit them out, and come all over their butts. And when you come on the butt cheeks, it's hardly practicing safe sex at all.
Oh my God.
That still runs the active risk of the discharge, falling into the valley of the crack.
Sliding down the natural depression with a loving push of gravity's tilt.
And ending in the crevice of a fertile orifice.
You call that safe sex?
Hardly. I call it taking a risk, which is something we should all aspire to do. Not holding my puppet friends hostage equals clean, dry cheeks. Who here wants clean, dry cheeks?
In a word, all of us.
Stick around. We'll be right back.
What the fuck?
I'm Poppy. This is the chamber. And remember, whatever you catch, you keep. But you only have 30 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go. Not bad. Now it's time to pay our sound guy. Faith in this next contestant.
Wait, guys, what is this? Guys, is this thing?
It's funny because it's poisonous.
Wait, I have a soundbite for that one. I can't remember where it is. I need to open the thing. It's Milk Girls. That one.
It's
Did I get
funny
it?
because it's poisonous.
Was that the right one?
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
You can't hear them?
No, I can't. This is so funny. I found a paper talking about Russian language in Central Asia. And
okay,
how
so
they
you're not even watching the video.
eliminated-
Just what I thought.
I'm listening. But it's
That's why
very...
you weren't laughing about come on puppet cheeks. You were busy reading something else.
I fucking I laughed at that. What do you mean? I heard that. It's not safe sex.
You barely gave any reaction because your mind was occupied elsewhere instead of performing.
We found our loser.
Great lighting.
Hello, I have a fortune for you. Hello, I have a fortune for you. Hello. Hi. Would you like your fortune read?
I gotta go to the class.
Okay, have fun. Hello, would you like your fortune read? You're supposed to say hi. We need them when they're drunk. Hello, I have a fortune for you.
I thought you were a mannequin for a second.
Who's your favorite actor?
Johnny Depp was my favorite actor, I gotta say.
Okay.
He's dead. Oh no. I can see that happening.
I heard this was free. This is a free fortune.
Okay, what do I have to do?
Grimes is going to ask you to be a surrogate to her child.
Me?
Say yes.
Me?
But don't go to the appointment. If you let her sing anything from her major label releases to you, it's too late. Would you like another one?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Your body is fine right now. But in 2025, butts are out, boobs are out, legs are out, faces are out. Throw all of yours away.
Right off the...
Period. Are you sure you don't want your fortune read?
Is it for a charge?
No, it's free.
Okay.
Your mom is not who she says she is. You'll need to upgrade to our paid subscription to learn more. Cash or card? You can stop recycling. The universe does not need you to recycle anymore. Okay. Can you buy me alcohol?
Maybe.
Do you have a dog?
Yeah.
He's not who he says he is.
What? What do you mean?
That's all I'm seeing here. My last fortune is for myself. I'm going to sleep really well tonight, starting right now.
See, she's probably like
Please
still tight with Grimes because of what Grimes did for her, so that's why she like
Yeah,
dropped
I
her
bet.
in that too.
Well, I mean, they're both very fucking strange. I imagine that they're probably very good friends.
Well, I mean, especially with what Poppy went through, like Grimes was like
Yes, yeah.
the person that was
For
there
sure.
for her.
Welcome my next guest. One of the victims of the 2004 Dave
Chat
Matthews
says, "I
Band
hate
poop
this."
bus disaster. Cecilia Martino.
Hi, Poppy.
Hi, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
What was it like having 800 pounds of human waste dumped on you?
It's like having your whole world crashing in on you, except that world is about 800 pounds of liquid human waste from a tour bus septic tank. So imagine about 6 to 7 guys taking turns making dumps in a tour bus bathroom and that septic tank being dumped on you.
That puts it into perspective.
Yeah.
You're so brave.
Thank you.
800 pounds is quite a lot. This isn't the education episode, but can you let our audience members know what that equates in the number of poops?
So I ran the numbers, and according to my calculations, about 6 to 7 band members, a bus driver, maybe a couple friends on tour, about 2 shits a day, eating buffets, spicy Indian food, maybe some sweet treats. I would say at least 4,321 shits according to my calculations, plus a couple gallons of piss and a few farts.
Thank you. Would you say this experience was a good example of taking risks?
Dave Matthews Band risked it all to appeal to a new fan base, and I know I speak for everyone else on board when I say it definitely worked.
Enlightening. Critics have applauded me my entire career for taking risks. I've always been something of a risk taker, and that will never stop.
I love her.
It's actually kind of funny.
Polka dot suit.
I know, I was thinking the same thing. It's great.
What was that?
5,000 years!
What?
5,000 years!
Sir, would you like to disown me?
You will never catch me.
What does everyone think?
About what, Poppy?
Should I go after him?
After who?
Poppy, you're scaring us.
None of us saw anything. But if there's something you think you should do, you should probably do it.
You're right. I'm gonna do it. Help us, Poppy! They've drained me of my dream room. Please tell me, copy of my world. It's your most missing.
Wait, where are you? I'd like to talk to you more about that.
You want to see an interesting picture of Poppy?
Sure.
That has almost no circulation and like nobody is seen.
Sure. That's random. What the fuck? I didn't know she had guns, or at least is not afraid of them. That's a good picture. Goes hard.
Archduke Franz Ferdinand?
Oh my god.
Yes, Poppy. It's me, the Archduke Franz Ferdinand. Take my cane. You need it more than I do.
This is heavy.
That's because it's expensive. Poppy, I need you to take me. Why the fuck would you?
Hey, look, a gun.
Yeah, that's why I was like, she probably
I thought you were gonna say
has
take you out
guns
of your
because
misery.
she uses them all the time in her videos.
I was going to say, take me home. I can't believe you did that. That's so insane. That
See,
you
it's
did
the AK that is the only one where I was like, okay, that might be a prop because it's like technically cheaper to get a prop AK in America because you have to custom build them with parts kits.
Yep.
Poppy, you've returned. It's been 5,000 years.
How did this happen?
We didn't know if you were ever coming back. We had to find a new host.
We thought we would never see you again. I did the best that I could. Now I'm old and tired.
Here. You need this more than I do.
Poppy? Who are you talking to?
Thank you to everyone for taking a risk and watching another episode of Improbably Poppy.
I'm gonna take a risk right now, Poppy. Will you go out with me?
Oh, Jubilee, you're incorrigible. No, but thank you. Is anyone interested in a musical performance? I am.
Yes.
When you're in the trend.
That's 100% copywritten.
She ends each episode with a song.
Must.
She's her own musical guest.
I love it. That's very meta of her.
Wherever you can drop it as close as possible, sir.
I like your dress in the back behind me.
She likes you.
How did you get your dress?
What dress?
What do you have it on now?
Oh, the keffiyeh?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We,
He stole that from me,
I stole it
actually.
from him, actually. Where are you from, sir?
I don't know. You tell me first my question, and I answer your question after that.
Okay.
How did you get that?
How did I get the kafia?
Yeah.
I got it from him. From where?
So,
What's your country?
I am from 3 different countries.
35
years America. 15 years Germany. Before 20 years in Iraq.
Oh, in Iraq. Iran. Oh, okay. That's what we're going to right now. We're going to a pro-Palestinian rally right now.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What do you want to do for protest? What do you want?
We want the American government to stop giving arms, and we want to urge American institutions to boycott and divest.
So I am with you. America shouldn't help another country this way. Because if the other country can do that, he has to do it himself.
But America can't. Yeah, exactly. America.
Not from my pocket and everything. But think other way. Do you like my country, Iran, is spending whole money for nuclear facility? They say we don't want to build nuclear bomb, but they can change over the night to nuclear bomb. If the America involved in that and doesn't listen to you and us, do not give the weapon to Israel, then it's going to be big mess.
Is it?
Maybe it's going to be third world war.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you know? Do you know some guy called Nostradamus?
Nostradamus?
Nostradamus.
I'm familiar.
What you tell me? What you want to say something else?
No. You tell me. You're talking about Nostradamus. Now I'm interested.
Okay, now you're interested.
Oh yeah.
As I was a student in Germany, he could see the future, right?
Allegedly, yeah.
Yeah, that's the claim.
Do you know what was the last things that he could see? That he wrote a book about it.
All Hassan is thinking is, I wish this peasant would stop talking to me. You can see it on his face.
What was it?
The people asking them after the Second World War, do we have any more war?
Nostradamus predicted the Second World War?
No.
He predicted after the Second World War.
Because after that, what do we have any war after that?
And he said it will be fought in sticks and stones.
He answered them later on because he said I have to concentrate to see it if I see it. And he said that, go ahead and see. He said that is a third world war.
What, the Poppy video? You're not supposed to get it.
There's 3.
Huh?
There's another one.
That is the one. Yes. Third World War coming. Third World War. He says everything in this war get destroyed. And after that, I don't see thousand of years, no more war. So, we are getting close to this Nostradamus things that he mentioned. So right now, I am with you. America shouldn't help Israel.
Who do you got in the Third World War, though?
Iran. Are you American?
Am I American?
He's Turkish.
Maybe.
Turkish.
I am Turkish.
In American history, do you know what do they call Iran in the Second World War?
What do they call Iran in the Second World War in American history?
Bridge to freedom in Second World War.
The what?
Do you have a device phone? Do you have a phone?
Yeah, I have a phone.
Bridge to freedom?
Just go type Bridge to freedom in Second World War.
Oh, Bridge to Freedom. Yeah.
Iran in every war in the past 2,583 years old, he got a white, because we have a green, white, red in my flag. Green, that's mean peace. And everything. So, no, white, that's mean peace.
White means peace. Green means what?
Green,
money.
Green, that's mean the peace.
The Arab color, right?
Look at Hassan looking at people around him because he's hating this. Being outside and interacting with somebody who's not worshiping me is so weird. You know, because like anytime he leaves his house, he's literally in a bubble with people around him being like, "Oh, Hassan, we love you. Thanks so much. Thanks so much for doing this with us." You know,
Islam, not Arabs. Okay.
Well,
the Iranian flag's
the
been
thing
green. Did they change it for the Islamic Revolution?
Yes.
Is the Iran flag wasn't the same as it was under the Shah?
No.
Okay, I
no,
didn't think
it's
so.
completely
Okay.
different.
So it would be green
monarchy,
for Islamic.
The monarchy
then.
flag has a lion on it.
Okay, so it would be green for Islam then, maybe. What's the red?
I don't know. This guy's
there
kind
has
of
to be reason for it. I'm kind of curious if there is reason for the flag.
It says green is Islam and vegetation, white is peace, purity, red is courage, martyrdom, and the bread spilled in the Iranian Revolution.
Okay. And what's the symbol?
But yes, the old flag was very similar. It just had none of the font on it because it has it's technically a Shahida flag. But nobody ever notices that it has the fucking lettering on it in the fucking Iranian flag there. Nobody notices that.
I mean,
they think it's just like decoration.
We've pretty much figured that out. Like nothing. There's maybe a couple times where he's not talking complete and utter shit. But most of the time,
he's got a mouthful of food and is chewing.
Yeah, like most of the time he's
instead
just
of talking.
He's either just yapping. He's either fighting with his chat or he's wrong. And this is Hassan being a privileged little rich boy having to talk to a peasant cab driver. And you can see his displeasure in it.
Better award and everything. Like green movement.
What does the red mean? Blood?
Red, that's mean if they come in war, they are going to answer very bad.
Whoa. So it seems like you're siding with Iran.
Do you
Me
like
or him?
Do you like Mossadegh?
Mossadegh?
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah.
Yeah. He's kind of a socialist, right?
See, but this is the kind of conversation that I'd be fucking way into. Like I'd be
that's what
and
everyone
actually
is saying
talking
about
to.
this is
Right,
like
and
how
he's-
inhuman Hassan is acting in this scene.
It's wild.
With somebody he should be really interested in.
Yeah, like,
imagine
he should be
anyone
actively
Vosh,
Yeah.
Destiny.
Yeah, all of them
I
would
Show
actively
Speed.
engage. Yep. Like they would all actively engage this conversation. You've got gold. You are streaming. You have gold, content gold. You have a random cab driver wanting to talk to you about geopolitics, and that is literally your fucking job. Get a grip.
But the way that he went, that was a little bit wrong.
Wait, why?
Because he's
Well, what do they call it? The petite bourgeois? That's what he is.
supposed to.
Or would he have breached the bourgeois?
That's the thing. It's just he would have like a face in the revolution, but
how many would be happy that he's there?
He would immediately, for the seizure of power to happen, he's getting clapped and pushed out of the picture.
Mm-hmm.
Like that Stalin picture.
Yeah, where they digitally edit the guy out. The instant of the first Photoshop.
He was a prime minister.
Mm-hmm.
Prime minister, he is stunned because the king was changed in the Second World War to his son, which was the last king, and he said the king can have a position like a king in Britain, or like a Supreme Court here, or any another thing. King can be king, but not controlling everything in that country. That was a mistake for them, because the people at that time, they didn't have so much knowledge like European countries, like a British.
Hey, that was a Holly.
It's funny because they know who Mossadegh is, because when it comes to Iran, the only thing that's relevant to their telling of history is CIA took out Mossadegh because he was socialist.
Yes.
Which is not even like like
remotely correct.
It's yeah. I mean, it's the British. If we're gonna use that,
Yeah.
right? If we're gonna say that it was and it wasn't because he was socialist either, but if you listen to what this guy is saying, he's saying he liked Mossadegh, but Mossadegh's actions are what got him ousted. That's literally what the cab driver is trying to spell to them, saying that because of how he allowed the king to exist, saying you can't have the whole country, we need this here, we need like a presidency, right? He gave the king more than a ceremonial role, which led for the ability for someone with tremendous power to seize it, which is what monarchies do. That's why Robespierre says the king must die so the revolution can live. They knew he would come back, and because he was the king, he would immediately have more appeal than they would have, because there's like all of France's history is the propaganda enriching the king, right? Like it's just more familiar to the peasant classes that they tried to give an identity. Right? Like nothing fundamentally changes for most of these people, no matter who's king and if the king dies, and like it's very little change. Same with the Taliban takeover in Afghanistan. Like there's so many rural places in Afghanistan where like shit probably has not changed at all for them.
Yes.
And so that's what he's saying, is because he allowed for a position where he could easily be ousted by someone else who wanted to gain power, which is what politics is. That's why you have geriatrics in there in the Democratic Party that made it so it's whoever is the oldest person is in power there, and made it a fucking seniority fucking thing that's unwritten. And like there's this energy with the Cory Booker thing that it's like Chuck Schumer is like making him do it for Chuck Schumer's delightment. Because if you listen to when, like, I just had to show you, when Chuck Schumer tells him that he breaks the record, it feels like he's trying to tell him, like, yes, this power could be yours one day. Like, keep doing my bidding.
Random question. Would you say that language erasure is a key component of imperialism? Like, let's say, I mean, Iran, right? Iran. Does Iran engage in any language erasure? Any sort of, hey, you must speak Persian or Arabic or whatever it might be?
Okay, not like they do in certain places. It's pretty laxed, but also like Persian is a kind of the language of the intellectual.
Yes, okay. That was
right. So like,
example.
Even in Afghanistan, like the girl who was like taken hostage by the Taliban leader that we helped promote and get her family out and stuff. So she was Pashtun, but she spoke Persian.
Okay.
And she was the daughter of like a general, right?
Yes.
And that's why that's kind of why she was targeted.
Okay. But like,
because
would
it's
you
like
say that it would
more
be?
of the elites speak that language.
Yeah,
now, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because when Pakistan is founded, right? So if you talk to like the Baloch separatists and stuff, they kind of say they were forcibly annexed by Pakistan.
Yes.
Right? Pakistan was literally created by a guy. A guy just decided he was going to take all these ethnic groups and put them together in a Muslim state. It was one of the most invented states to ever be invented. Right? And he made the national language Urdu. Urdu was basically invented as well.
Okay. Interesting.
I want to say it didn't exist until him, but he probably chose it because it was already a common language or something. So that's, if you think about it, like they then force Urdu as a primary language because like India has like so many languages already,
Yeah.
And so that was Pakistan. Basically, is India. It's the same, like ethnic region. It would be like like all of Southeast Asia is the same ethnic.
Yeah,
region,
it was partitioned,
but it's
which
different
is the only
dialects
reason.
that actually separate the culture.
Yes. And cultures bleed from areas, like it's not borders.
So that's
and
the thing is like he felt like the nation needed a national language.
Okay.
And then it's like you can have a serious argument over that being imperialism, considering it's like, what imperialism? Well, it was created by kind of an outside force in a way.
Yeah.
It wasn't something that came up natural.
So
it was
what
literally
about,
created in the partition of India.
Okay, so what about in like China, when they're going through and eliminating the Turkic languages or like other minority languages?
Well, they do that. Well, they do that in a lot. Like Russia kind of does that.
Russia did it in Central Asia.
Turkey kind of does it.
But and this is what I'm saying is like, and this is sort of the basis of my argument against the USSR, is that it's a Russian imperial project, and the fact that Russian was forced as the universal language kind of is that crux to that argument.
I think
so I'm just sort of getting a bit of feedback.
The question is it more forced than English was forced here? Because until recently, we didn't have a primary language in this country. It's one of the things that made America different.
Yeah.
And now
it's sort of
English.
implied. But because Russian, from what I was reading,
well, also
Russian
because
was
when we founded it, the founders may have all been from England, but there was still a fucking heavy Dutch population in New York,
and French. There's a French population in America as well.
French, Spanish, probably some Portuguese even.
Yep.
So
it would all be there. So it makes sense. It makes sense why America would.
And also, like
English as the language.
Like they literally like all spoke French as well.
Yeah.
Like every single one of those guys knew French and English.
Yeah.
And many of them also knew Spanish.
Yeah, okay.
And so then you get into the erasure of native languages here. Oftentimes it was forced with the secondary schools and stuff like that.
Yes. And it's more a genocide thing than an imperialism thing. But like this is the thing that I'm trying to wrestle with.
Them going in and teaching them their language so they could trade with them, Like that's why they're doing it for their own benefit, but it's in the beginning it's purely a financial monetary benefit to trade furs for firearms and that type of stuff.
Yeah, because that's what it seems like Russia's motivation was as well. Was just like, well, Central Asia is a part of the Politburo.
That's like the start of language erasure, right? It's not the secondary school. It's definitely for their own gain of an empire, and they're just teaching like the emissary the language. It's what emissaries would do in ancient times too. It's when does it cross into where it's actually we're not just teaching them to trade. They need to speak this language and stop speaking their language. Like Ireland, for example, there is periods like you would get killed if you refused to say your name in English.
Yeah.
Like,
that's
it wouldn't
really good
necessarily be a death sentence. It would escalate into an incident of police brutality that resulted in death. It wasn't like an execution on the spot because you didn't speak English, to be clear.
That's a genocidal action.
The thing is that English was already kind of taking over.
Yeah. Just naturally.
And there's... the Isle of Man, we were just watching how they went back to learn their own language. Did the English come in there and tell them not to speak that language, or did the language naturally kind of take over?
Well, in the video, I just said
Arabic,
that people were
right?
moving.
Like, the Arab conquest made it so there's an ethnic group of Arabs throughout an entire fucking, like, belt of the world. Like, it's probably, like, one of the longest stretching lingo ethnic groups that was like taken through dominance that still exists today. Because like even like the Europeans end in the Caucasus and stuff. So where is the imperialism there? They all know Arabic, even the minorities that still exist in these countries. It was definitely implemented through imperialism because it was fucking done in one of the last great conquests. But, you know, is it imperialism today if people speak Arabic over, like, whatever, like, Kurdish in their household?
Yeah, well, that's an interesting question as well. Because
And
one
then
of the
if
one
you
of the
talk
articles,
to somebody like Heavy, right? So she's specifically like in language.
Yeah.
Like that's like her education background, and she's like very nationalist as well. You ask her about like when any type of like language eraser is imperialism, she's gonna have a very strong opinion.
Yes.
So that's another thing as well. So I think that because of so many factors involving it, it's just not something that's really worth bringing into the conversation, because it's just something that's so easy to attack and focus on instead of focusing on the broader point of Chinese imperialism.
Yeah, fair enough. Because like it's more because like China is one thing where Central Asia still speaks Russian because of the USSR, right? Now, what do we think about that? Because like Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, and there's one more of the stands up in Central Asia that were all taken by the USSR. From what I read, in 1938, the Russians made Russian the official language, introducing new words in Russian so that they couldn't use their native language to engage in political discussions. That sounds a bit imperial.
Anyway.
So it's like that kind of thing, and then you talk about the
Check
Cyrillic.
out this
They
Chuck
eliminated
Schumer
Latin,
clip, and you tell me this doesn't sound like he's
Latin
like
letters and introduced
totally
Cyrillic only.
put
It's crazy.
him into this position to torture him to get promise of power later. Tell me it doesn't sound like the fucking witch who just brewed the potion of death rubbing her hands together.
John?
Would the senator yield for a question?
Chuck Schumer, it's the only time in my life I can tell you no.
I just want to tell you a question. Do you know you have just broken the record? Do you know how proud this caucus is of you? Do you know how proud America is of you?
Hey, Chucky.
Just wait. Hang on.
What happened the
It's
other
not
day?
over. Wait.
Do a Nazi
pretty
salute.
sure- I'm pretty sure Chuck says other stuff, but I might be misremembering this.
Now throw that arm out.
Ladies and
Do it.
gentlemen.
Your heart goes out to them.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, maybe he
Order.
doesn't. I swear Chuck was like, said that he's a future leader or something as well, but but he might have said it in one of these press conferences here.
We are standing together
I'm fucking
in
tired.
defense of
You know, one of these.
Yeah.
People to the British king. Iranian people knowledge was not that enough like that. So that's mean he abused his power, and the Shah of Iran, yeah, that was a very good movement at that time. If he could change the power of the king, like to be power in British. How old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah.
33.
Oh, it,
So
it
you are
cut
young
there.
to this
I wonder
time.
what they
You know,
cut.
that was 1970.
But that's literally what, like I was saying, what the cab driver was trying to tell him is that if he could have successfully transitioned the king out of a power position
into a
he would've-
ceremonial position.
Yeah, so they don't understand when he said what he did was literally wrong. He's not talking about policy. He's talking about how he doomed himself.
Yes. Yeah.
End of 76 and started 77. No, end of 77 and started 78. That was the news coming in German paper, I think Frankfurter Allgemeine or something like that. That tomato and eggs nobody can find in any store. In a couple of days after that, they reported the Iranian people bought it, throw away to the Shah's car.
Do you like?
Didn't get his answer. Last question he's going to ask me.
No.
another question.
No. I want to.
Yeah, but he didn't get to answer the other question.
Well, he wants to know more.
No, I want to know more. I'm curious. Do you like Trump?
Do I like Trump?
Yeah.
If he helped to change our government, and if he listened to us,
Do you like?
car.
Do you like?
Didn't get his answer. Last question he's going to ask me.
No.
I want to ask.
But he didn't get to answer the other question.
Waiting for him or listening to him.
No, they're
to
not listening
see
to
that
a
he's
word he
like
says.
trying to articulate a point, and they just want to interrupt and ask their own question.
Yeah, like they should be able. Like anybody with any kind of knowledge should be able to help this guy out, fill in the story. Like, as far as I'm aware, I don't think he's been overly wrong. The cab driver.
No.
Like,
but they're
I think
also not listening.
Yeah, like I think he's
so
been
he was trying to
generally
talk
pretty...
about like boycotts on like tomatoes, and I couldn't even tell you what the fucking point was because he just interrupted and wanted to ask him about Trump.
Love that. Fucking brain broken. And this is why Hassan is a bad role model.
Well, he wants to know more.
No, I want to know more. I'm curious. Do you like Trump?
Do I like Trump?
Yeah.
If he helped to change our government, and if he listened to us, what the President Biden did, don't do that. Yes.
What did President Biden do that you didn't like?
Do you know what the President Obama released Iranian money in the old time? Did you read about that?
Yeah. The Iranian
do you know what is this money?
What is this money?
This money, Shah of Iran, that sold the oil all over in the world with the right price.
Do you know what he's talking about?
America told him, you have to give us.
He's talking about the Ben Shapiro point about how they gave him pallets of cash, Iran. Remember? It's the fucking
recently.
That they associated with a hostage release, but it was just their money being unlocked. So that's what he's trying to articulate now.
And that he should be able to know this, but
you would
more
think
and bring us the price down. America didn't like them, and they changed them. 5 countries they changed the Shah to this Khomeini. So this money,
it's just him on his phone.
It is the money that the Shah at that time sold the oil, gas, and everything to America. At that time, if you go, you see American gas station, people lined up, hundreds of people to get the gas for the car, or something for home, or something like that. So they sold it, and they didn't pay him at that time, and they changed him. The government changed, and they took over American embassy in Iran, and this money is stuck here. And with the interest is half a money.
I updated the drop off, by the way. Sorry.
Right, okay.
But it's like right near.
Okay, all right. So he changed.
Wait, what? Why does it say 29 minutes? Okay, we'll walk. We'll walk the rest of it. Actually.
Are you sure? Look at it. That is that far.
How far is that?
Oh, that is
2 miles.
You want a lot? You want? Let me when the green light, because you have to go this way. You cannot go through the White House.
Yeah. What the hell?
God.
Wait, why did that happen?
So yeah.
The traffic.
It says 29 minutes because it's closed. The road is closed.
Road is closed.
Yeah.
Which one?
I don't know.
Over there is closed, right?
Yeah, I think so.
But now it's open. Here we go there. It doesn't take that long. So after the light change, you can choose. You can choose what you want. But let me tell you what the President Biden did. He released reservation cancer. Oh my
Wait,
God.
mine?
What's your goddamn
No,
seatbelt?
another reservation. I got at 2:30.
What's your goddamn seatbelt on, Alex? Okay.
Why are you taking?
I thought we were gonna hop out.
Oh, you changed the address. I got a job for $75 and he took it back.
No, wait, why?
Because I couldn't make it. That was for 2:30.
No.
Yeah. Let me see if the job is there or it's gone.
If it's there, we'll just get out and we'll walk. Don't worry.
Gone. It's gone. That was for 12:30. Now it's gone.
Wait, is this like automatically took it off? What the hell?
Yeah, because
Just taking money from working class people.
That was my next pickup, 2:30 at Potomac. So, President Biden released 1.5 years ago.
Yeah, this is the most interesting. We should try to track this cab driver down and interview him. He's an Uber driver.
Yeah.
In DC.
In DC.
Who was on Hassan's stream. I bet you could fucking probably post on a Hassan Reddit. Any of you on Reddit, because I know they're going to make a thing where it's like you have to be in the Reddit a certain amount of times before you can post. Who's in a Hassan Reddit that can ask who the cab driver was? And
I can ask that communist girl that's been asking the questions. She seems to be a Hassan orbiter.
Because we'd have to find basically his Uber reservation and what the driver's name was.
Pretty much.
So I don't think it's a possible thing to do, but
it's not impossible.
We would have to basically have Hassan take the effort to look through his phone.
Yeah.
Himself.
Would that happen? No.
No.
Iranian money. 8 days later, as soon as the Hamas gets some of those, they attack Israel. So that's why I am going to like President Trump if he listen to us, not to the government of Israel.
I don't think that's working out, man.
But you are probably what you are protecting, your people protecting Iranian government. But Iranian folks are not happy with that. Because Iranian government is spending the all money for that, 30%, 40%, another 50-60% goes to his kids' account out of the country. Doesn't go to Iran.
They're literally not listening to him.
I know, right? Isn't it frustrating?
So disrespectful. Like, what the fuck?
They literally just, as he's talking here, there's a little bit more that I saw, but he basically just says, "All right, bye," in the middle of the guys talking about the.
Hungary. Do you ever go back to Iran?
I was last summer there. You want to report me?
Go. No, I don't want to report
you. There's definitely more to it where they made him look better by cutting it short.
Welcome back. This weekend has been crazy.
Isn't this great? We're the best. Hang on, we gotta just analyze this, okay?
He's at a primary. No, it's like a daycare center.
It's like a fucking playground behind him. Like, why is bro at a playground? Why is he, lurking? But it's like the fucking fast food reviews that they do in their car.
Yep. That's
where
exactly
it's like,
what I was thinking.
I fucking any of these. I'm gonna go to my car to make a videos.
Amazing.
And he has like a little sun thing to help the lighting there too, bro. Just fucking do it on your computer with a fucking camera.
All over YouTube and TikTok, everybody's been talking about tariffs. Ever since President Trump on the 2nd of April declared Liberation Day, the left has been saying that the world's going to implode.
The left.
And the right, MAGA, has been saying that everything.
When you hear somebody say the left, you already know what their ideology is now.
Yes, pretty much, yep.
Chess strategy. It makes me think of that little meme where the dog is sitting in a room on fire and he says, "This is okay." As a centrist, I always believe
not what
that the truth
it says.
always lies
Everything is fine, actually. You're gonna come to my house, get my wife's name right.
The middle. So let's talk about this today. So let's start with the basics. A tariff, again, is a tax imposed on goods from a foreign country when they enter our country, and these are paid by the importer, who will typically pass them on to the consumer. That's you.
I love his definition because the first sentence is just tariff is a tax.
Yeah.
So there is no mathematical way that you could get rich off of paying higher taxes. If you know of a way, please let us know in the comment section below. As I said earlier, everybody on social media is talking about the stock market and how it's affecting their 401k plans.
Do you think he's reading? Or do you think he's just going off the top of his head?
And they're talking about how it's affecting the economy as a whole and relations with other countries. We even have people on social...
I have an issue.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
When
it's
I
like
talk,
these
I don't
in the
look at
car
camera.
videos, you know? Like, you're putting all this prep into fucking shooting a video in your car that's gonna sound like shit because you're in a fucking car.
Social media who, during the elections, backed President Trump as the candidate, now saying that they regret their vote. Yeah, there's...
Because I swear to God he's fucking, he's reading. Because... I don't know about you, but when I'm talking to a camera and I'm like talking off the top of my head, I'm looking around. I'm not looking down the fucking barrel of the camera. Right? Which is probably an issue on my part. I probably should be more conscious of looking down the fucking barrel. But I don't know if it's if it matters or not.
It matters.
Maybe what I'll do
if you are not focused on your own content, why are people going to focus on it?
Well, it's because
you have to maintain your own retention first before you retain the audience.
No,
if
I understand.
you're not paying attention and you're not retaining anything, why is the audience going to watch?
But it's not. I'm talking about specifically recording scripted videos, right? When I'm reading, I'm remembering what I wrote down and sort of and going off the lines and saying the lines, but also expanding a little bit, and therefore I don't look at the camera and I think and I sort of ponder and
like I can't do a fucking prompter read.
Because
I can
the
do
other
discussions and panels.
Yeah. So the other sort of idea that I had was, instead of me sitting dead center, being a little off to the side, and then I can not necessarily have to look at the camera but still look engaged enough that
you can act. So the whole point of a prompter is that the camera shoots through it and you read while looking at the lens. And they literally make tons of things for you. Where there's tons of home setups for prompters.
Yeah, like I have my iPad. At the end of the day, I can literally just put my iPad under the camera and do that. But again, it's like, I don't know whether I should position the camera elsewhere or something. I don't know. I'll figure it out when I do this fucking how to vote video.
There's even a video where David Portnoy is talking about how he lost $7 million because of the tariffs and how it's affected the stock market.
I almost tweeted out, Dave, how much are you down right now and today? 7 million. I'm down $7 million in stocks and crypto.
On the right, we have influencers
I don't care.
Who are now saying that everything's okay, that there's nothing to worry about, pretty much that Trump is very smart, that he's playing 5D chess, that we don't know what he has up his sleeve. Let's talk about how the left and the right MAGA are looking at...
I don't know how you can just sit there and watch $7 million bleed from your accounts and not do anything about it.
It's not real money.
Like, it's crazy.
It's not real money. It's the value of a fucking asset.
Yeah. But like, you can pull out that asset and sell it, and then you have real
literally just
money.
some other guy. I mean, there's a whole market and algorithms that go behind it, but at the end of the day, it's just some other guy saying what you have is worth less. That's why it's just... And honestly, if you can lose $7 million, I already don't care about you.
Yeah, exactly.
So
it's like if you're losing that much money and you're unfazed,
$1 million is different
problem.
because that's like, like a lot of people are actually millionaires, but it's not, it's asset based, your house, your cars, that type of stuff. Like it's pretty easy to get into the point where you might be worth $1 million.
Yeah.
Even though
Especially
you
these days.
don't have $1 million in cash liquid.
Yeah.
And a 401k too. That
Uh-huh.
also factors into if you're a millionaire. All that stuff.
Effect that the tariffs have had on the stock market and the economy as a whole. On the right,
My favorite thing was drunk Janine fucking being like, I don't care about my 401k. Yeah, because you're a rich asshole. You're not the problem.
Well,
You're not the one people
because
are concerned
she's
about.
already blowing her check on the vodka.
Yeah, exactly.
we have influencers and Fox News media hosts who are talking about how the tariffs are good for the economy, that Trump meant to do this. He has a big plan that we just don't understand. We have influencers like Benny Johnson who's saying that if you lose money, it's going to help you build character, and it's more important, or it's better to lose money than to lose character, as though, everybody has a lot of money. I mean, this is a social media influencer who makes a lot of money.
Losing money costs you nothing. This is just the reality of life. Were you young and dumb? How much money did you lose? Everyone loses money. Everyone loses money. It costs you nothing. In fact, it builds quite a bit of character. In fact, you learn a lot of lessons, actually, by losing money. Losing your character costs you everything. Losing your country costs you everything. There are things you can't get back. The government can print more money, and it will, sadly. That's just the reality. It's fugazi. It's just that there's a boom and a bust every 10 years. And
we also have a Fox News personality, Judge Janine Pirro, who's saying that she's not worried about her 401k.
Losing money costs
even though
you
she
nothing.
Says she's at
is
the
like
age
the dumbest
where she
thing
should
that
be
I
worried.
think
This is her
someone
words.
has ever said.
I'm paraphrasing, of course, that she's not worried about it, but she leaves out that she's rich. She's a millionaire.
I don't really care about my 401k today. You know what? Not that I can afford it. Not that it isn't important.
Hey,
not that I'm not at
literally the clip I was talking about.
a point in my life when I should be worried about my 401k, because I am. But this is what I believe. I believe in this man.
But many people on the left are pointing out that the jobs that would be brought back would be jobs like factory jobs, such as sewing t-shirts or stuff like that many Americans...
Yes, this is one thing that people need to understand. Every single piece of clothing is touched by a human hand. If you are buying a shirt for 50 cents, do you think that shirt is going to result in that person who sewed that shirt being paid an adequate amount? You are a fool. And it's not saying pay $700 for a Gucci t-shirt, because that's equally as stupid. Just try and source your clothing not from Bangladesh. Or China.
Don't necessarily want to work at. Many Americans, what they want is to work in offices, be able to get high-paying jobs. They don't really want to work in factories or warehouses. And then we have the influencers on the left who say that President Trump is going to bring about a recession and possibly even a depression like that of the 1920s. We have, for example, Chris Nolan.
I know what you can do. Introduce tariffs once unemployment is at like 8%, and then you can really pump up those numbers to like 20% and shit like that.
I just hate this on the left thing, where it's like anyone not pro-Trump
is now on the left.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't you know? That's just how it works.
I mean, it literally happened when Liz Cheney basically showed that the neocons are now in the Democratic Party.
Yeah. Sorry, I'll get to that comment in a second.
That's the thing. It's like economists comparing it to these things. It's now the left is comparing it to these things. No. They may have been sourcing these economists, but they aren't just making it up.
No. No, exactly. Okay, this $80 for a t-shirt. Yes, $80 for a t-shirt is not a lot. Like it is expensive, but also if you're like I'm kind of a hypocrite on this same thing, but I also haven't bought clothes from like Kmart and shit since I was fat. So like there's a company that I buy hoodies from called Yuki Threads. Now, Yuki Threads is a snow company based in Melbourne, and their hoodies are between like $130 and $250, which seems like a lot for a hoodie, and it is. It's a lot for a fucking hoodie, but they ethically source it. They give you a trackable thing that you can scan to be like, this is where it came from. They give you carbon credit bullshit as well. Like, it's literally just the quality. And on top of that, if you are not buying clothes all the time, let's say you buy 5 to 10 pieces of clothing a year, which realistically is roundabout normal, I would say. This shit will last. Just don't be an irrational moron and wear a piece of clothing once. Look, are you American? $50. Right? Like, whatever. Like, $50, $40.
Yeah,
that's what
I
a
already
t-shirt should
translated
cost.
in my head. Yeah,
Yeah.
Right when you were like $80 for a t-shirt isn't expensive, I literally was like, yeah, $50 is like a standard price for a quality, ethically like in my head, I translated it already to 50 because I knew the exact average for the specific product is $50
like 80,
when you
80
go
would
to
be
the premium actual, like, not made in Bangladesh or China type of
and like
product.
you get up to $80 for like
besides,
brand
like,
names.
Like the shirts that I constantly tell my mom to not buy me because I don't want fucking cotton that's made from torture. Like, I only buy like literally like secondhand clothes when they're like $1.
Yeah, that's another perfectly ethical way to do it is secondhand op shopping.
But
that's
you
a
are
perfectly...
right when it's like a new T-shirt that's ethically sourced is around $50.
Yeah, so it's like, and $80 for the upper end of like fashion brands makes sense. They can get anywhere from like $80 to $120.
There are other synthetics. Like, one that's not necessarily great is polyester. So polyester is in a lot of more of like the high-end fashion, right? And
yeah,
it's funny because it's like it's made from an oil product, but it's taking like part of the oil that it's kind of like recycling the oil into a fabric. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not necessarily more eco-friendly than cotton, but because it's like a byproduct or a slag product that they're able to then make something out of with something that would have been slag or trash, it only benefits companies to work in that material. So you would think it would be much cheaper.
You would think. But why would they make it cheaper when you can make money from
Well, if it's business casual, then it's got to have a price tag on it. Because then it's business clothes, which automatically...
business clothes, and that's $150 for a shitty fucking t-shirt. Hell yeah. Business clothes. I keep getting people keep being... because I have that picture of me in my suit from my friend's wedding, and the suit was like $300 in total. Right? Because I'm not stupid and I'm not going and spending thousands of dollars on something that I don't wear more than once a year. I also don't have a suit that fits me since losing weight, so I went and bought a cheap, shitty suit because why the fuck would I spend money on it? But like, the cost of suits is fucking insane. And I guarantee they're all shitty fucking materials as well. Like, it's insane that people even
There's
have
a lot
this
of
mentality.
polyester, but it's like they're tailored to a specific trend that a t-shirt
Yeah.
isn't.
Yeah, like it was crazy. Like the suit and the jacket and the pants cost me $150. The shirt cost me $100. Crazy. Like wild shit. So
Bring
it's
back
like
tailoring. My favorite is that weird tailor that like is like talks about like molesting the boys that he's measuring and stuff. You know that guy?
yeah, the Hong Kong guy. YMH loves that guy. But it's always dudes that he's like sexually harassing. It's very interesting.
That's the joke.
On the left, who's saying that President Trump is doing all this because he's looking for something.
I actually am totally for tailoring. But again, the cost of tailored clothes is nuts.
For himself,
and then help Trump build his hotels and casinos in your country. I'm pretty sure that's what the play is. I've told you guys before. That's what Trump's up to with, say, Vietnam, with Saudi Arabia, making business dealings to benefit his family. Trump's all about Trump first, right? It's not America first, it's Trump first.
Or the Midas Touch, who's the top left-leaning channel right now, who's saying that President Trump took a very
What
good
do these
economy
words
and he
mean?
could have just coasted by, but he's actually...
Like Midas Touch, left-leaning. What does this mean? They are like
Midas
lib
Touch.
central.
Yeah,
They are like
Midas
the
Touch,
View
man.
level.
Like Occupy Democrats and Midas Touch are two red ass flags.
I
that if
fucking
I see
can't
them on,
stand it. I can't
on
stand
my
it.
goddamn
We need
feed,
objective
blocked.
terms.
Yes, please. Like, can we just start addressing people by their politics, please? It's not that difficult. It just requires knowing what the fuck.
Like
you're
the
talking
left
about.
of what? It's anyone who's not pro-Trump.
It's anybody who stands on the left side of Parliament.
wrecking it, and he's going to bring about economic destruction for the country.
The American markets are crashing right now. Donald Trump is imploding the entire American economy. GDP is expected to contract now by as much as negative 3.8%, whereas if Donald Trump did nothing 8 weeks ago, the Atlanta Federal Reserve predicted 3.8% growth.
With all this back and forth, or with people being in echo chambers, it's easy to get caught up on the story and get lost in all the confusion and the fear tactics. But what actually happens to you, the viewer, the regular everyday citizen, not the personalities, not the millionaires, not the billionaires? What happens to you? What's actually going to be the effect that could possibly happen with this tariffs that's going to affect you? Over the weekend, we're seeing what effect the tariffs are having on the stock market, as we're seeing it nosedive, and people are losing a lot of money in their stocks and their 401k.
It's not a Trump supporter.
I'm assuming
he's not a Trump supporter. It's just he's using the language of the left that I hate. He's clearly trying to be an objective. I want to say an objectivist, but somebody had to go ruin what that term means. Just like how realist is fucking ruined by someone like Mersheimer. Because when I would say, because like for me, I would describe myself as like an objective realist, but that doesn't mean what those words should mean. It means
they don't.
If you're an objective realist, you're basically a fucking Nazbol. Like,
love that.
Now, the right is saying that most people don't even...
Yeah, like this whole thing, this was all a wealth transfer. It was all a wealth transfer. Watch all those markets kicking back up. You think it's the poor people who panicked and sold buying back in? Fuck no.
Bro, Trump literally... Is he Mexican? I mean, he certainly looks like it.
His name is Jesus Torres. I know it's Jesus. I'm pretty sure he's Mexican.
Even own
But
stocks or
hang
have a
on,
401k.
Mexican is a nationality, right?
Sure.
He's
like how common is Jesus outside of Mexico?
No, I'm saying like It's
'Cause
still
I
the
swear
same
that's a
ethnic
Mexican
group.
name.
There's just an arbitrary line that divides them,
Yeah, okay.
right? But
Sure. Central
but,
American?
you
Wait,
know,
no, they're North
a
Americans.
Mexican American is technically someone born in Mexico who emigrated,
Interesting.
right?
So why don't we just say North Americans and we talk about Canadians to Mexicans?
He certainly looks ethnically Mexican, but he might be nationally American if you listen to him.
They're saying that about 10% of the country, of our population, owns stocks in the stock market. But this might still affect you, though, because even if you don't own stocks or have a 401k portfolio, the people who work with you or own companies do. Which means that maybe people who are planning on retiring now,
New World Order guy?
Many people admire
Schwab.
the rich and famous.
Yeah.
It wasn't Klaus Schwab. It's a different Schwab. But how do you spell Schwab?
SCHWAB.
Because they believe that their success comes from hard work and exceptional skills. But is this admiration justified, or is there more to the story? Let's talk about this today. By now, I'm sure we've all seen stories online from a person who claims to be rich,
this guy.
and they'll say that you too can be rich
thank
someday
you
if you work hard and if you buy their books. Or
My
sign up for a course.
favorite, the guy who makes being a socialist feel like being a liberal. Robert Reich, for posting this video.
God.
This is exactly the clip I was looking for.
This is Charles Schwab. It's not just a company, it's actually an individual. And he made $2.5 billion today, and he made $900 million. That's not bad, because he's in financial.
Nice little clip that Trump had there that's very incriminating. He just can't help but incriminate himself.
Wait, play it again.
I already exited out.
Send it.
I'll fucking pull it up again. Were you not paying attention?
No, I'd want to hear it again. That's all.
And he made $2.5 billion today, and he made $900 million. That's not bad, because he's in financial.
Oh, it's just him being like, I made them richer.
This is Charles Schwab. It's not just a company, it's actually an individual. And he made $2.5 billion today, and he made $900 million. That's not bad, because he's in financial.
Unreal. Nothing's gonna happen too. That's the best part. They're robbing you in front of your face.
Oh.
And nothing's gonna happen about it.
Fox News alert.
Or we'll see
Great.
a charismatic rich person who will support a politician and tell you that you should vote for this politician to help improve your life. Also, on the background, this politician is suggesting maybe that there should be tax cut for rich people because it'll help everybody, not just a rich person. So, in both
American,
of these scenarios,
I see this and it's just making me angry because he's in a car. It's like I'm just like Americans are so fucking centered around their fucking cars. They can't get out of them. Like the fact that you can hear it running because it's like, of course you're gonna have it be climate controlled while you're shooting your video. For fuck's sake, man. Just fucking go in a closet with an H4n and record a voiceover and you're going to be like, wow, that's so clean.
will help you make your life better? Or are they just doing this because they know that they can use that admiration people have in our society for rich people?
Or just get a lapel mic.
No, because the car would still be running. The point is that he needs to go inside and like not use his phone mic. Like phones are surprisingly good microphones.
He has,
and they've caught up a lot with cameras.
Stop bullying him.
You know, but like onboard camera mics are worse than phone mics.
Yes,
but
they're awful.
Onboard cameras are better picture than a phone camera. So, you know, like, you can go to Walmart and get a fucking... Do they still make the Canon Rebel?
I think
the
they
Canon
do, yeah.
Rebel T3i? That was like my starting area. That's what I would recommend people who are trying to break into journalism. I said, go to Walmart, fucking get a Rebel T3i.
Yeah, they
How old
still
is
do
the
make them.
T3i?
Old. They're $700 for a brand new 1500D, which is essentially the equivalent to it. 'Cause I don't think they're called the Rebel here. Yeah,
There's
it's
a-
the 1500. So I started with the
No.
5100D
See, the
Nikon.
Rebel T7 is 500.
Okay.
So, like, that's the thing. I was like, no, that's way too expensive. Like, when I started, the T3i was, like, the highest end camera you could get at Walmart. But, like, you said something like a D series, not a T series.
Yeah, D.
So the D series are the ones that have the red rings on the lenses, right? The D series are the professional line. The T series is the amateur line.
Okay.
And the T series, they actually have, like, if you look at the mount rings on the Canon camera, you can tell what series it is.
Okay.
Camera. Let me see here. I typed in. I don't even know what you would call the mount for the lens. You know.
I got one of these ones. I got just under. I got the 80D, which I think is just under professional. And I forgot how to use it. But I started with the 5100 Nikon. That was my first camera.
Nikon.
And then I moved to Canon, and I like Canon better.
Canon, I think, is the best DSLRs.
But my next one is
Sony
gonna
does
be...
good standard like video camera though.
My next camera is gonna be Olympus OMD 1, I think. They're a camera, like a capable video camera and a still camera. So it's everything that I could possibly want. But they're $3,000. Also, they're lightweight and have small lenses, which is great for space and traveling. So that's the other reason that I want one. Because I don't know if you know this, but those fucking cameras are massive.
And be able to benefit themselves.
Thanks, Jesus.
Hello, I'm Jesus Torres, and welcome to Rational
I found
Angles.
it. I found
Before we get
exactly what I was
started,
looking
please
for.
Consider subscribing to the channel. It
Finally.
would really help me out.
Okay, so if you look at this right here. Okay, so
I have a white and red one.
Yeah, so it lets you know the lenses. So on the lenses, it will have like the red dot or the white square.
Yes, the
right?
FS lenses, yeah.
And then even further in, you have the EF and RF mounts, which are also different.
Sigma is the lens I think I have, and they fit on Canons. They have the same mounting systems.
The white square means that the lens is built for the consumer body. It has like, and that consumer body, the sensor is actually cropped. It's not using a full size sensor on those.
Yes, I did know that. Yep.
So the quality difference between like the white and red lenses on a Canon is insane. Like there's no tension on the focus and zoom rings on the white lenses. They feel cheaper even. Yes. Because they're like their consumer line.
Yeah.
But then I don't know if the D series, I know my D series does not have the white dot, but I know a 60D has both, this is also like, these cameras are way too out of date. I don't know what we would use now. Because I haven't fucking bought a new camera in so long.
Red.
Yeah, what is that? Is that that's
80D.
Yeah, so that's the
I got white square on that macro lens.
Yeah, that's the middle series.
Yeah.
So it doesn't necessarily use because that's the whole thing about the Rebel, is that it's small, and so the lens is the sensor in it's way smaller.
So did you say the white or the red was the better lens?
The red.
Yeah. Okay.
And
this
also
was just
like
a cheap entry level macro lens. I wasn't spending $2,000 on one of those white fucking lenses, even though it would be fucking sick. That's a lot of money to spend on a piece of glass.
But it's the Canon lenses specifically, like the white dot lenses are
I say this, cheaper. But I spent $3,000 on a what are they called? Hold on. I fucking blanking on this scope's name.
See, I
now.
have the EOS DSLR full frame, which only mounts an EF lens, I believe. I don't have an EOS R. I have a DSLR full frame, so it only takes the EF lenses. Because also, like, when I started, there was the whole, like, I don't know if they were still in, but Panasonic were pushing them hard. They were like LCD DSLRs or something. They looked like DSLRs, but they were functionally completely different, and everyone was like, "This is the new thing."
Oh, like, are they the mirrorless?
Yes, I think the Panasonic was the one that they're pushing though.
Yeah, the mirrorless camera I think is what they were pushing. I don't like them. I like, even though the Olympus that I'm gonna get is mirrorless, I think. I am a hypocrite, so. Okay.
Yeah. The Panasonic.
Night Force, that's the fucking name, that's the brand. I say I won't spend $2,000 on a camera lens, but I'll spend $3,000 on a sniper scope, a Night Force sniper scope. Yep. That's me.
There's this idea that a rich person has to be nice, virtuous, kind, charismatic, and charitable. As a result, many people seek the advice of rich people, regardless of the backstory, how they got rich, and they'll unquestionably follow it. This has led many people to believe automatically that rich people are better at making deals and negotiations. But is this true? Are they really able to make better negotiations? Or is it that they have greater purchasing power? For example, let's talk about negotiations. There's many rich people who are known as great negotiators. And as a result, they have a lot of followers and people who really seek their advice. And let's take a look at this, because in sales, typically when people negotiate, or when people negotiate a deal in general, a company, for example, will have a set price for a product. And if somebody goes and buys one or two pieces, they typically pay that price. In this scenario, the business owner incurs a cost for making the product, and then he marks it up to make a profit. Well, when a regular person goes and buys that product, they're paying the cost plus the markup, and that's your purchase price. But when we have a rich person come in, they'll typically buy more products, maybe because they own a business, and they'll buy it in bulk, and they'll get a discount. It's not because they are great negotiators per se. I'm pretty sure there are some of them that are, but in most cases, it's just a business. If you buy more, you're gonna get a bigger discount. So if somebody buys, let's say 20 pieces of XYZ product at a fixed price, whereas you have somebody who is buying 1,000 pieces, they're going to get a greater discount than somebody who only buys 20. So this is something that's standard in sales, in negotiation. The more you buy, the bigger discount you get. Many people maybe go to Sam's Club or Costco and they'll see this particular scenario where the more you buy, the more you save. So it's not necessarily that rich people are better negotiators, is that they just have bigger purchasing power than most people do. Now, let's shift gears from negotiating skills of the rich to providing the rich with tax cuts. There's something called the trickle-down theory, where politicians push to give tax cuts to the rich because they say it's going to benefit the community as a whole. And that sounds amazing, yes. Many people believe it's true, and it's partially true. And the reason I say this is because if you give tax cuts to the rich, they might invest it, and they may not. You know, they're free to do with the money whatever they want once they actually get the tax cut. However, there have been cases in our history where tax cuts have come with stipulations on how this tax cuts, the funds provided, can be spent. But in general, tax cuts for the rich are just that. They're tax cuts, and they can decide what to do with the money that they've been given. Historically, this has led to them saving it for their business or whatever, you know, they want to save it for. It's their money after all. Or in a lot of cases in the recent years, they'll buy back their stock, which helps boost the price of their stock. So if we want to do tax cuts for the rich, because we say we believe in trickle-down theory where tax cuts for the rich equal to benefits for the whole community, then yeah, we can do that, but they should come with stipulations on what should be done with the funds from the tax cut. Now let's talk about all those rich people who are charismatic, and they'll tell you if you sign up for their course or if you buy their books, then you too can become just as rich as they are, and that they want everybody who signs up to be just as rich as they are. That sounds like an amazing dream. Wouldn't we all want to be rich? No more poverty. But
see, it's like,
in their life.
How do you get rich like me? Oh, first you have to let me exploit you.
Finite within an economy. So
and stay in your
this
place.
Means is that every dollar, for example, in the USA has value, and only so many dollars can be printed. Sure, you can print more, but the more you print, the less each dollar is worth. So when they tell you that they want everybody to be rich, if you just simply buy their course, then you can become rich, and that everybody can get rich. You have to stop and think, that's not really possible, because again, not everybody can be rich, unfortunately. Think of it as a pie. You know, you can cut a pie in so many slices, but if you tell somebody that they can have so many slices already set aside, and you're all trying to get the same slices, eventually somebody has to give up some of their slices to be able to share them all equally. And nobody's going to want to do that. You know, everybody wants to keep what they have as much as possible. Also, in many cases, the people who sell courses, you don't know the backstory of how they got rich. And there's been rumors that a lot of people actually are not rich, and they just get rich by selling those books and courses. I don't know if it's true or not, but there's a lot of rumors about that. Now, many wealthy people will say that, yes, they got to where they're at because of hard work and dedication and skill. And you know what? I don't deny that. There's a lot of people who do work hard to get to the top. So let's not say that no rich people got to the top without their hard work and effort, because that is true. They worked hard, but it's not always the case. We also have to take into consideration, for example, the people who try to just take advantage of people and tell them they can get rich by selling get rich quick schemes. Bottom line is that we need to stop equating being rich, being wealthy, with being a good person, being intelligent, being virtuous. Because rich people are just like you and me. They're human, and they come with strengths and weaknesses. Their wealth does not make them inherently superior to other people. So next time a wealthy individual shares a story of how they became successful, or maybe a wealthy individual says if you sign up for their course or buy the book, you too can become as rich as they are. Or maybe a wealthy individual tells you to back up a candidate because of trickle-down theory. If you support tax cuts for the rich, it'll benefit the whole community. Ask yourself, is this truly going to benefit me, or is this for their benefit? Now, I do want to ask, do you agree that society tends to view wealthy people as more virtuous, intelligent, nice overall? Do you agree with this? Why or why not? All right, we've come to the end of this video. If you enjoyed what we talked about today, please consider giving this video a like and subscribe. It would really help me out. And until next time, have a great day.
I'm coming.
To UFC 314 tonight.
Bro.
While this administration battled with Iran today, holding nuclear deal talks with the #1 state sponsor of terror that were, quote, very positive and constructive, with more negotiations set for next week. The meeting comes as the White House continues to trade blows with China over tariffs, while the administration says phones are, quote, ringing off the hook as other countries look to make deals with the United States. Lucas Tomlinson is live at the White House tonight with the latest.
I thought you were back at your desk.
Well, good evening, Alicia. President Trump on his way to the big fight in Miami. If he leaves early, he can catch the last few innings of the Washington Nationals Marlins game down there. Now, here was President Trump aboard Air Force One talking about those tariffs on China.
We're making billions of dollars a day. We were losing billions of dollars a day. This is in a period of 2 weeks. We're making billions of dollars a day. China now is losing billions of dollars. I don't want them to lose money, but they're losing billions and we're making billions. I flipped it.
Now, White House officials say they've heard from
Silhouette.
Bro's been like running on his wheel for 2 hours straight. I'm gonna let him out again.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do I mean? Fucking cops took my guns, the cunts.
dozens of countries trying to negotiate new trade deals. Trump says he's close to some of them. Some have offered concessions. 2 are firing back. Then there's Mexico. No retaliation planned. Now, if you're in the market for a new smartphone, Alicia, or panel, you're in luck.
Like, this is literally how fucking stupid the Australian government is, right? And how bad gun laws are. Right? I can take, as a licensed gun owner, right? I can take people to the range to use the gun, but there was, okay, so it was a little bit of a complicated situation. Basically, we were letting my cousin stay with us, and I did not know that he had firearms charges. So I was under the impression, so I have a tendency to do things on my own without people. So I went in and got my gun license, went and got guns, whatever, off on my own back. Didn't know anyone who shot, nothing like that. The gun laws, so to get the license, it's essentially like a boat license. You go in, you sit there for a couple hours, and they essentially give you the answers. They don't actually tell you anything. So I was completely unaware of what the laws were. I assumed that because I was a licensed gun owner, and that I could take people shooting, to actually use the firearms that they are unlicensed to use, at a range, that's not a problem. However, if I was to give you that gun unloaded, which is what happened, in my presence, for a picture, that's illegal. And I didn't know that my cousin posted it online. He goes and gets put in jail, and the cops come and take my guns because of that picture. And the best part is, he goes to jail, all his debt wiped. 2 months in jail, comes out, no debt. He got rewarded for fucking me over. And then on top of that, so essentially, I have a criminal record now with firearms charges because somebody took a picture in my home, in my presence, of somebody holding my gun. That's what happened. That's why I have firearms charges. Now, you come to me and tell me that the Australian gun laws are fucking rational after I just told you that. No criminal record, no prior anythings, nothing. They didn't give a fuck. They saw guns and firearms charges and they fucked me over. Because it's a firearms charge and because public defenders are only there to bolster their own prosecutorial record to get a better job, to make more money, because they don't actually give a fuck about the law, it's only about money. None of them wanted to take that case, so I was left undefended because I couldn't afford a lawyer. So anybody who tells you that the Australian system is good, tell them to go fuck themselves. It's just as corrupted and fucked as America.
Late last night, the Trump administration said it would be exempting smartphones, tablets, and other electronics, seen as a win for Apple, who makes a lot of them. Apple CEO Tim Cook personally donated $1 million to Trump's inaugural committee back in January. Now, fresh off talks with Vladimir Putin in Moscow, President Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff just wrapped up talks with Iranian officials in Oman. It's the first time in 10 years the U.S. and Iran have sat down for negotiations. Iran's foreign minister called the talks constructive and promising. We then saw similar language from Witkoff in a White House statement which said, quote, the discussions were positive and constructive. So there you see there they both used the same word, constructive. Now, Iranian officials say talks will resume next week, presumably in Europe. And in case the negotiations break down, there is the military option. There's a second aircraft carrier strike group now in the Middle East. And those 6 B-2 stealth bombers
on top of that, on top of giving me a criminal record and a firearms charge, they gave me a $1,000 fine, and they took $10,000 worth of my property from me. And I've also had to pay off that through my loan for the last 5 years that I haven't had those guns either. So, not only did my cousin come off better, I've been literally financially fucked for half a decade because of it. So I'm glad that the justice system is really, works out and really punishes the people who should be punished, for letting someone hold a fucking gun in a picture in their own house, even though I can take the same fucking person shooting. Because that makes logical sense.
Continue to remain Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean, Alicia.
Okay, Lucas Tomlinson at the White House. Really good to see you. Happy Saturday. Okay, Joey, before we get started here, I do want to bring up some...
and they even took... I had a big knife, like a Bowie knife, like a hunting knife.
That's not a knife.
They took that as well, even though that's completely legal. So that's pretty cool.
Thing that the Iranian Minister of Foreign Affairs said, saying, quote, both sides, including the Americans, have said that their goal is also to reach an agreement in the shortest possible time. However...
Oh, and they also gave no consideration to the fact that we kicked my cousin out and told him to never come back the minute I found out. And it happened 12 months after he got arrested, by the way. After we found out that he had firearms charges, he was gone. He was out of the house. They took no consideration of that. They took no consideration that he hadn't been in the house for 10 months. They had no consideration of literally anything. It was just an exemplary punishment. That's literally what it feels like. Which is very cool.
That will certainly not be an easy task. I think that's quite the understatement there.
Yeah, I think Trump comes in and it's a different set of rules. I think the biggest headline in all this is that Iran is really facing sitting down with the United States. And that is a political win for President Trump, regardless of where their nuclear program is or isn't or where it's headed. We can talk about the JCPOA and the other 5 countries that are still involved in that, the fact that the United States pulled out of it, and in doing so with President Trump, put much harsher sanctions on Iran. Some of that kind of got lighter under President Biden, and now it's back. Iran knows that their economy isn't doing well. They want a nuclear weapon, they say, to these negotiations to defend themselves, but then they say to the region to destroy Israel. And as long as that's their narrative, it isn't going to be allowed. And so their entire posture towards the Middle East and Israel would have to change for any type of deal to happen. And I don't know if that's possible for.
Yeah, like the worst part is that I could have sold all those guns and I'd have no debt right now. Ridiculous.
A regime that controls their entire people by fear and keeps the friends they have with that type of rhetoric. And so I think
it's just pertinent. Like there was no, like, nothing at all that I did was really that bad. Realistically, it's fucking insane. Like it's actually crazy. They may not have been like there was when the cops came, there was one of them out of the storage thing, but at the same time, if I'm home, who gives a fuck? Again, it's like, if I'm a licensed shooter and I can take people shooting, why the fuck can't I have it out at home with no bullets around? The fuck are you talking about? Like, get the fuck out of my life, you fucking stupid cunts. And this is why I tell people, don't ever buy guns in Australia. You're instantly just a criminal to the police. You're just another person to fuck over and take money from.
The idea that President Trump may end up using military force, maybe through Israel as a proxy, is probably just as real today or more real today than it's ever been.
Yeah, no kidding. And Lisa, Iran in particular, they have this, or the Islamic Republic has this hate/fear over
Hey, she corrected herself. Did you catch that?
President Trump that really cannot be overstated. Their nuclear program is advancing so quickly, but this is a country also that the United States thwarted an assassination attempt against him. And now they're at this negotiating table. That's remarkable.
Yeah. Thwarted an assassination attempt? Are we talking about that video that they released, the animated one? Is that what we're talking about? Come the fuck on.
But, President Trump took out Qasem Soleimani.
Right.
So
they're mad.
He sent the message, right? Nice. I mean, look, I think what is so funny is that we were told in 2016 that President Trump couldn't be trusted with the nuclear codes. And he turned out and is one of the best foreign policy presidents we have ever had because he sees the world so clearly. There's that statement.
Shut the fuck up.
Bro, the ginger video in here, I watched last night. I had to save it. So, it was one of the quicker saves that I made, and then I continued watching. I don't think I finished it. I said, okay, I gotta save the rest of this for reaction time, because he just keeps outdoing himself,
Yeah.
Speaking of which, who I haven't looked at in a while? Let's see if Jonah's made any videos that are worth reacting to.
Show me your friends and I'll show you who you...
H3 Hassan.
Yeah.
How do I even get him to come up?
For whatever reason, the Biden administration...
It doesn't come up.
N-U-H?
It's U-H, yeah.
Okay, that did come up.
And Obama had this weird relationship with Iran. They might as well have sent a friendship bracelet to the supreme leader.
No, this is
they try to cuddle
guy.
Iran. Somehow that would normalize their behavior.
Oh,
President Trump realizes when you're dealing with people like Iran, when you're dealing with countries and leaders like in Iran, you have to be tough. They have to fear you. And you look at what he did during his first administration, the maximum pressure campaign, those aggressive economic sanctions, also the diplomatic isolation, trying to reduce those oil exports to zero. You had at one point, Iran's inflation hitting 40% because of some of the actions of the Trump administration, and then also those Abraham Accords, and bringing some of the Arab states and Israel together as well. So one of the best foreign policy presidents. Iran's in a weaker position now than they were in 2015. So I have faith that if a deal comes of this, it will be strong in our favor.
Well, in Giano,
there was
the president
a strong
actually
deal
supports the Iranian people. Trump supports them.
Yes.
And that's also notable.
Yes, and that's part of the reason why the leadership hates him. I mean, his people want freedom, and we got to keep in mind, 4 years ago, Iran wasn't in this position. They were weakened when President Trump left office. Joe Biden created this.
They were stronger than they'd ever been.
Issue on the world stage,
actually,
by unfreezing their money.
I don't
That was
think
a
you
problem.
understand what the
fact
word
that,
weakness
some of the weapons
means.
that we have sent over to Ukraine have been sold to Hezbollah
You mean
and many
right
of these
when
other
the
factions that
U.S.
Iran
was
has
pulling
used as
out of the Middle
proxies
East and the
to
Syrian
attack us,
civil
our
war
ships,
was at
our
its height?
soldiers, with no
Yeah, that's
consequences,
definitely a
has
weak
created
Iran.
this environment on the world stage. So
They
now President Trump
completely
is getting
controlled
back
the
into
Iraqi
office,
parliament,
it's
and they
really
were
good
being
to hear
given
that the
land in
negotiations
Kurdistan.
seem like they're going in a positive
Wow, they
direction.
were so weakened.
Because there's now a leader in charge. And I think that's the message that many of the American people are realizing, that you got a strong leader that is feared across the world versus Sleepy Joe.
Well, we'll be watching what happens next Saturday.
He's probably sleeping right now, so it's past his bedtime, Joe Biden.
Hey, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-host Harris.
Reactors concern themselves with two different forms of regular elements, uranium-235 and plutonium. Most nuclear reactors concern themselves with two different forms of regular elements, uranium-235 and plutonium-239. But from the 1950s to the 1970s, the United States was researching a third of these isotopes, uranium-233. It was a promising synthetic, heralded as the third potential source of nuclear power and weapons. But it had problems. Chief among them was the fact that it was much more radioactive than an equal amount of uranium-235 fuel. That made it extremely hard to handle, let alone work with and keep secure. The United States ultimately decided to abandon this isotope, and the nation's stockpile has sat, still hot and hard to handle, at Oak Ridge National Laboratory for decades. All of it was in the process of being finally disposed of, until a private company decided that this failed nuclear fuel could be turned into nuclear medicine. And not just any medicine, a cancer treatment that seems almost too good to be true. Enter TerraPower, a self-proclaimed nuclear innovation company. Founded by Bill Gates in 2006 and partially funded by the Department of Energy and Los Alamos National Laboratory, TerraPower is one of the few private nuclear development and design companies that is making real progress on both of those fronts. I was invited to tour TerraPower in the February of 2025. In part 1 of this sponsored series, you will see the science behind turning unusable nuclear fuel into cancer medication. In part 2, we'll explore and explain what will be, if everything goes according to plan, the first next-generation nuclear reactor to operate commercially in the United States. But first, the inner workings of TerraPower Isotopes, where dozens of visibly excited scientists and engineers are working with a failed fission fuel to give doctors a new tool. An isotope so rare that the world's total supply could fit in the palm of your hand. Actinium-225.
So TerraPower Isotopes is in the business of producing and distributing actinium-225 to the world in many different locations. We are the first line in a chain of events that ultimately culminates into the use of our product into a cancer patient for treatment in what is called targeted alpha therapy.
Though alpha radiation, or helium nuclei that fly out of decaying atoms, has been recognized as a potential cancer treatment since Ernest Rutherford discovered alpha particles over 100 years ago, it's never really been used. The reason being that, unlike X-rays or proton beams, alpha radiation is stopped by almost anything. But thanks to new pharmaceutical developments and an isotope of actinium that both comes from thorium and shoots out alpha radiation, that's the best part about it.
And alpha particles are particularly a promising agent because they emit high energy over a short distance, which makes them a very good aspect for targeting a cancer cell specifically. So they would get targeted to that malignant tissue. They would destroy that tissue with minimal damage to surrounding tissue. So that has a lot of promising implications in the radiopharmaceutical world.
What has only recently happened in the pharmaceutical world is the development of molecules that can both target cancer cells and only cancer cells, and more importantly, they can attach themselves to actinium-225. This achievement unlocks the potential of alpha radiation. Instead of having to perfectly aim a proton beam at a tumor in three-dimensional space or take drugs that dose the entire body with huge side effects, TerraPower is supplying an isotope that damages only the tissues it touches to companies with drugs that only target tumors.
Watch what specifically? What do you mean?
Results speak for themselves.
Like
and they
nuclear
speak pretty
science?
loudly. The medical study image on the left is a
I will
patient
do whatever I
unfortunately riddled with metastatic prostate cancer. But the image on the right
Ha,
is of the
butt
same
cancer.
patient after actinium-225 treatment.
Butt cancer gone.
You almost wouldn't believe it if it weren't in a medical journal.
That's just a couple of months.
Yes.
That's not even a full.
Fox News. that makes more sense. Yes, it's very odd. I don't understand how people watch it either.
Exactly.
TerraPower now has over 100 employees working at TerraPower Isotopes because the apparent benefits of actinium treatment just keep coming. Normally, treatment with radiopharmaceuticals can have life-altering side effects. For example, you can't be in the same room as your spouse undergoing treatment because the ambient dose rate from them would be too high. Actinium-225 doesn't have that problem.
Because of the low penetration of alpha particles, your body actually serves as the shielding for that. And so because the body is able to shield itself, patients are able to receive this treatment with their family standing next to them.
Right.
They're able to come into the hospital, receive their treatment, and leave without having to stay alone overnight. And then most notably is because that alpha treatment is targeting the cancer directly with minimal damage to surrounding tissues, the patients, they go home and they feel okay.
If you can target cancer cells directly with actinium and leave other rapidly dividing cells alone, like those in your scalp and in your stomach, you don't lose your hair. You don't get nauseous. Actinium is potentially a boon for oncologists too. You don't have to make an extremely short-lived isotope on site with expensive equipment. It can be shipped to you by TerraPower Isotopes anywhere in the world while it's still useful.
Actinium-225 has a half-life of 10 days, which is optimal because that gives you enough time to produce this isotope, send it out, get it to the pharmaceutical manufacturing company, have them bond that to their targeting molecule, and then get that to the hospital. So a lot of times when you look at short-lived radioisotopes, you have to get it, you have to produce it in the hospital and immediately inject it into the patient. And that creates some instability in your ability to consistently get that isotope to the patient for treatment because these treatments have to be done with a certain amount of periodicity for them to be effective. This Actinium-25 really fits that bill, and we call that our golden egg because it really has all of the elements of what we are looking for in an effective isotope.
Like you'd imagine a golden egg to be, Actinium-225 and the elements that produce it are extremely rare. The current amount of thorium available to make actinium in the whole world weighs less than 2 paperclips.
When you were speaking to those folks at Copenhagen Atomics, right? Part of that, their great idea is you take the thorium-232, you breed it, and this is what they're trying to make. And that's exactly what we did in the Cold War in the United States. And so the national labs looked at that and said, well, we can't use this as fuel, even though we know it's good fissionable material. It's really good. It comes out enriched already. There's no more additional enrichment associated with it, but it's too hot to handle to create fuel. Parked it away, 450 pounds worth of material across the national labs in the United States, something like that. And then at some point 20 years ago, as this decays down to thorium-229, we pulled a little bit out of the stockpile just to test it. Starts creating the actinium-225 that the research development companies have. And so there's about 1.6
Sounds like
grams
government
of this material
waste to
worldwide.
me.
Less than 2 grams of thorium-229, which decays naturally into actinium-225 that cancer researchers want, is the entire world's supply. Right now, the only way to get more of it is to...
You better.
Now, if somebody...
Are you on another? Are you about to tell me about another website you're paying attention to instead of?
No,
the one
I'm
you
about
specifically
to put
wanted
my
on?
phone down and
You need to start.
It's
coming to
it's
work
fi-
with
I'm
your
just
phone
like
in the other room.
Okay.
This is why when you go work at a restaurant, they make you put it in a locker.
So someone comes to you with a statement about the world's leading manufacturing country and says they keep their costs low to make sure people move the manufacturing there through wage theft. What do you think I'm talking about?
Some irrelevant thing that a bot got you involved with on the internet.
It's not a bot.
To be
It's this
distracted
fucking
from
girl
your job.
again that continues. Like I said
continues
that
to
there
be
is
more important than your
centrally controlled
I don't care
currency
what you said on Twitter.
to keep costs
I don't
low
care.
and
I
not
don't care about Twitter.
pay their workers.
I don't care about Twitter.
It's about a subject to
It's
do
on
with
Twitter and
central
Twitter.
control
Okay, then just
and
go to the next video
wage
since
controls.
You don't care about this video.
Well, I'm playing this video. I've already seen this video. What am I going to add to nuclear science?
Well, then you're just content.
Turn nuclear trash, unusable uranium-233 from the Cold War, into nuclear treasure.
And so the disposal process started occurring about 2005. So the Department of Energy hired a company called Isotech in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Scott referred to that earlier.
Yeah.
And their job is to take this material, dilute it down, put it in the desert, effectively. And so it just happened to be a confluence of time. Studies like the one we just showed you came out that said, hey, this actinium is really, really, really working well in the pharmaceutical world. What can we do?
Yeah.
That's kind of where TerraPower came in because we understood this part. We know people at the national labs, and so we asked if we can have the thorium-229 in a kind of way. Very shortened version. There's a lot more behind the scenes, but in the end, TerraPower got title to by investing in Isotech this material, and so it's coming to us now. As you can see, as we downblend this material, all that's left will be this. And that's all the whole world source is going to be this, is what we get here, effectively. Really? And so we have to be very, very careful. Our number one rule is don't lose the thorium. Because if we lose this, then there is no more actinium, effectively, until other processes perhaps come along.
So if there's only a few paper clips worth of precious thorium to work with, you'd expect that once TerraPower gets a hold of all the available materials sitting in stockpiles, they'll have a lot more of it, right? Nope. But that's another benefit of this cancer drug. You don't need a lot more of it.
And so the amount of thorium that we're going to receive at the end of this is going to be somewhere between 40 and 45 grams. And to give you a visual of what that looks like, 16 washers. This is all the thorium that we are going to be able to receive. And this will help provide millions of doses of actinium for treatment. It's enough to treat patients at least through our lifetime.
Like this doesn't make any sense to me because how the fuck can such a little amount do so much and they're not getting given all of it that they possibly can? Like, I think he goes into how it's a natural process. You can't really force it, I think. So it's like a naturally decaying thing.
You know, the government, Department of Energy is doing a good job with the cleanup. They're working with a company called Isotech. They're going to turn all of that waste into grout, basically. We're going to solidify it so that it can be buried very safely and disposed of forever. And what our radiochemist said was, that would be like this huge shame, right?
Bring that to us.
In those tons of waste, there's like 50 grams of thorium-229, because again, it started as uranium-233, you know, over a ton of waste, and then because uranium has, you know, very long half-life, 50 years later, 60 years later, we've produced like 50 grams of this stuff, which is a needle in a haystack. And I think the best way to think of it, and you have to geek out a little bit to talk about it this way, is you know, in high school chemistry, right, we all learned about Avogadro's number, right?
6.02 times 10 to the 23rd?
You got it, Kyle, right? and so that 50 grams of thorium, which we have now, which is like it's about a fifth of a mole. So it's on the order of 10 to the 23rd atoms we have.
Yeah.
And so I remember Avogadro's number, but one thing I didn't know until recently, which was how many cells are in the human body.
it's got to be less than a trillion, hundreds of billions, maybe a few trillion.
You're in the right neighborhood. So it's on the order of 10 to the 12th cells in the body.
So, yeah, the 10 trillion.
Yeah.
So you're talking about for every cell in the human body, you have maybe a trillion atoms, or 100 billion atoms of actinium, which gives you a sense of, if you can make it hyper-specific in attacking specific cells, then you have all the atoms that you need.
You've got it.
Remember that the big breakthrough here that got doctors excited about alpha therapy again was the drugs that could make it so targeted, down to individual cancer cells. There are around 10 trillion cells in the human body. TerraPower might only have a few grams of actinium at the end of their program, but thanks to Avogadro's number, 45 grams, less than the weight of the phone most of you are watching this on, is still enough to deliver, mathematically speaking, at least one atom of actinium to every cell of every person on the planet. Of course, the treatment is only going to cancer patients, and only a small fraction of those cancer patient cells are tumor cells, but you can see how TerraPower might actually help treat hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people for years with only a tiny amount of this isotope. But first, they actually have to get the isotope. And that's not easy.
Is what you're doing difficult right now?
Yes, it is. At least for me, because I just started. This is training right now for me. It's just a lot of little things that you really have to know, and little techniques that I'm not great at yet.
So you might be asking yourself, you're manipulating extremely hot material and you want to get up close and personal with it. Not only that, you want to eventually have it in people's bodies. How do you manipulate it safely in a way that's in accordance with all the regulations, everything you want to be doing in a place like this? Well, you put it in something called a hot cell. That hot cell contains hot material. Engineers are very creative. But how do you manipulate that material? You do it in a mechanical way with arms like these, which effectively extend my body into that hot cell. And I've never done this before, so let's see how hard that is.
Soon this will be VR. I wonder how much textile response you can actually feel.
Yeah, it would be very interesting to know the tactile feedback.
If you can feel like a fish at the end of the pole type stuff.
Yeah, but it's they're clamps, so it's do you think that technology will get to a point where you can where they'll have digit fingers?
But I'm saying if it's got clamps, all it does is it locks in a position where it can't squeeze the object anymore, and you can feel that you're fully gripping. That's enough feedback right there. If you can feel that you're tightly gripped on something, because you can't pull the clamp close anymore.
Oh, kind of like the PS5 triggers, how they're adaptive triggers. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Because it can't bring the clamp all the way together the way it would if you were naturally squeezing them. Because it might have a direct hydraulic there.
Yeah, go back. Let's go back.
Oh my god.
To the actual, because the girl was using it.
Yeah, and then it was literally him showing it and demonstrating exactly how it worked.
How do you manipulate it safely but how do you manipulate
I want to see this though, not the inside. I want to see the actual jigger.
Yeah, he's gonna go back to the shot. Just let it play. He's gonna get fucking close up of his own hands. Why wouldn't he? He's going to explain exactly why it's hard, where the textile difference is.
That's way harder than it looks. I have a newfound appreciation for what you were training on. Of course. Yeah, that's hard. It's
Yeah, you might feel it tomorrow.
Yeah. It's like your first time rock climbing. Like, oh, I didn't know I had all those tiny muscles in my hands. That's great.
TerraPower Isotopes is going to obtain decades-old nuclear fuel. They're going to manipulate it with fancy robo-arms that I'm super good at, hire me, in shielded boxes. But how are they going to painstakingly harvest the ultra-rare actinium as it forms from half-life? Well, that's what I was going to learn about next. So I suited up and made my way into the labs where the golden goose was laying those golden eggs.
With a fucking
I would say
tripod.
we have to be better than what we consider a pharmaceutical grade. Our water's cleaner, our vessels have tighter specifications for trace metals, very specifically.
This is my new favorite person, Laura Lilly. They explained to me that because TPI only has access to a handful of actinium atoms at any one time, their production is all about precision. Like crazy amounts of precision.
So, in principle, we need to have as few things with the actinium as possible. So that includes the trace metals that come out of glass. So borosilicate glass, zinc, sodium, potassium, boron, lead, right? So we do all of these processes where we're like acid leaching our glassware to remove as much of these trace metals as we can before we even start. So 99% of the magic happens before we even go into the hot cell. This is water with nothing in it.
So it's pure H2O?
It's pure H2O. If you took the pH of it, the answer would be no thank you.
So if you're dealing in PPM or PPB or anything like that,
we're in the PPT range.
Oh, wow.
Parts per trillion. Yeah. Our specs are about as low as you can reasonably measure without taking extraordinary steps.
What's extraordinary about TPI is that they have already started making and delivering actinium-225. And all out of one room with one hot cell.
Alexia over here is on the manipulators real time, doing manipulations associated with actinium production.
Look at that.
Faster than I am at that.
See how much there is
How
a
long
lot
did
of
it take you to
feedback.
get really good at manipulating
Yeah.
stuff like this?
Oh, I'm still in training. I'm still a little slow.
Ah, it's like they're full like pistons. That's interesting.
That's what I'm saying. Is there's a hydraulic feed to the trigger itself.
Crazy.
So it gives you
I would
pushback.
say it takes probably a couple months of getting comfortable.
Do you have new weird hand strength?
Oh, absolutely. My grip strength is much better than it used to be.
So that little paper viewing window you were looking through earlier,
yes,
you are now looking through lead glass.
Right.
All right.
It's the yellowish tint.
After Alexia was done making me look like a total noob with the manipulators, thanks Alexia, Laura got to the good stuff. Their Ghostbusters-like way of getting radioactive material refined enough to ship all over the world.
So we use these beta canisters, and each hot cell has an alpha port that is behind a shield door.
So it is Ghostbusters 80.
It is Ghostbusters 80. So we can go in from like a pre-chamber of a
Oh
glove
my
box,
God.
which is basically open.
3 hours I've dedicated to
take our
getting you
stuff
to
into
just
the glove
lay
box.
down. I even let you out for another fucking period, and you're still running on your goddamn wheel.
Put it into one of these canisters, and then walk the canister over to the hot cell. Bank it.
You're supposed to be
and
the
then bring all
quiet
of our
one.
stuff in.
And believe it or not,
supposed to be the
working on a drug
quiet
that kills
one.
cancer cells with radiation isn't actually that much of a radiation hazard. That is, if you do it right.
Dose isn't scary.
Yeah.
You know, you get more dose flying on an airplane every single time than like we do probably in a month, frankly. The hot cell does your first big crude separation of the actinium from the thorium. It has radium, it has all of its daughters. Then we do a volume reduction separation, and then we do a fine separation, which is happening right now, which basically gets us to the point where thorium's no longer detectable, radium's no longer detectable. We basically have actinium in a vial that we then transfer over to a glove box, and we run our final separation, which I said we did a fine separation, well, we do another fine separation.
So how do you get from what you're doing in there to end product in here?
purifications, bulk purifications, down to a single 20 ml vial that comes over for our final purification that exits in about another 20 ml vial. We've done our QC checks. We know that it's radiochemically pure. We know it's radionuclidically pure. So we have the right isotope. It's in the right place. It's in the right concentration. And then we can load this up with product vials for our customers. And it basically will automatically transfer from our bulk actinium vial into our product vials that we then can actually swipe coming out through that chamber on that side. We swipe them to be under free release criteria in their pigs, and then they get packaged up and shipped out.
So this whole operation to potentially treat hundreds of thousands of people comes down to this box.
Yep.
And things like this big.
Yep.
She's the most scientist I've ever seen.
I know, right?
Dang.
Just blunt, dry, and funny as fuck.
Right? We are running full speed with weekly production in the equipment you can see in this room.
We're shipping actinium to companies that are in clinical trials for multiple different cancer treatments.
Incredible.
Yeah. When our team is doing their work, they know that everything they're doing, within 2 weeks, in the short period of 2 weeks, that actinium product is going to be shipped out the door to, drug companies all over the world who are doing trials.
Honestly, if this is a genuine thing that could happen, like that could be mass produced, they need all of the thorium or whatever the fuck they need to be given. Give it to them, all of it. Give it all, every single fucking bit, every bit that you can give to them. Like this is stupid not to invest in. Like if what they're saying is actually true, that's crazy.
And will be radio labeled, they call it, or attached to a cancer finding molecule.
Yeah.
And it will be in a person in human trials, which by nature of these clinical trials, they're the most severely ill people who are benefiting from that. And we have really, we're quite optimistic that some of these drugs are going to be successful. And
here's a question. Clearly, biomedical corporation, clearly a profit-driven company. Do we trust them?
It's also a sponsored video that they paid him to make.
Yeah, so do we trust them? Like, this is all well and good.
If their profit motive is getting clinical trials and cancer treatment,
yeah,
it's really not. It ends with them.
Mm.
It's the companies that are actually making the cancer treatments that matter in this situation. They're just giving them one component to those trials.
Yes.
It really doesn't matter what those companies do. Their role ends shipping the actual ingredient.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because the short life is obviously the challenge here. So you can't be mass producing; it needs to be made to order, essentially.
I think being a nuclear scientist is probably quite fulfilling. Because here's the, it's like if you're gonna go into like sciences, right? You want to know, what one of the more profitable ones is? Can you take a wild guess? Think about your basic sciences.
Environmental science.
Geology, yes. Guess why?
Mining.
Oil. And mining, yes. But oil. Literally, that's why you become a geology major, is to actively destroy and hurt the world as a scientist.
Very cool.
That is a hard science to get into, is geology. Because of that. Because even if you're fucking like doing it for environmental sciences, there's going to be people around you who are like, I'm going to make so much money fucking basically telling people where gold rushes are going to happen, and then they'll do environmental damage. But nuclear science, especially considering that nuclear weapons are like obsolete, like what's not to fucking like about your job if you would actively know that you're doing something that is making the world better.
That's true. That is very true. And this is like I don't know why it's taking so long for people to understand that nuclear needs to be invested in.
Well, because it's because of Western propaganda. So what you need to understand is that they really took a long time getting people invested in the Soviets have nukes and they're going to end your life.
Yes. Yeah.
And making people being so afraid of the Soviets that they wouldn't even engage in their propaganda and information campaigns, right? So, like, all that came crashing down 30 years ago or so now. So now it's starting to kick in. But the thing is everyone was spent to be afraid for so long that if you're under 30, you don't even think about the world the same way somebody over 30 does, basically. 30 to 40, you know, that range.
No, it's good that it's finally coming back around. That people are finally looking at nuclear.
It would have been here a long time ago.
Yes,
but they
as I always say,
they had to make the propaganda so you were scared of the Soviets.
Yeah, I mean, as I always say, Australia should have invested in nuclear fucking 30 years ago. 30 years ago, and we'd be a world leader. But no, now, and so just like somebody said online when I posted something about it, it's like, oh, but it's just Peter Dutton wants to do nuclear. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't give a fuck about who's introducing it. The time for nuclear is now, and if we don't do it now, we will lose in the future. And it's unfathomably stupid that people are not pushing nuclear energy. Australia has so much space and so much industry that we could be world leaders in nuclear and hydrogen tech. But instead, they'd rather listen to Gina fucking Reinhardt and the other fucking idiots in politics who would rather just make money off digging out rocks from the ground. Like, it's insane. And we have uranium, for fuck's sake. Like, it would be a completely self-sustaining Australian-made, fueled, and funded energy grid, completely independent from anybody else. Add in all the solar farms that we have, the wind power we've got. You could probably add in some hydro generation from, like, something. I imagine, I'm pretty sure the snowy mountains have hydro power. Like, there's all this power. We don't need fossil fuels anymore. Just transition to nuclear. Like, just make a 10-year plan to transition to nuclear as like a 50% of the power source at minimum, and then do the rest with renewables. I don't fucking know. I'm not an energy person. All I know is that nuclear is the answer, and it needs to be done today. Fuck it. Partner with China and get those fucking pebble bed reactors. I don't give a fuck. Just get something. Do something that isn't burning fossil fuels. Jesus fucking Christ.
That's incredible.
Yeah. I saw the labs. I got offered a job as a hot cell operator, hire me, and I even got to place my own radio code inside some pretty hot storage shelves. But TPI wasn't done with me yet. In what was a first for me, it turns out that I had been contaminated. Likely by naturally occurring radon gas picked up by TPI-sensitive portals, and was forced to create my own nuclear waste.
Actually, have a little crap on yet.
I got a radioactive ass?
A little bit.
Dang. I mean, I knew it was hot, but...
Yes, dear reader, when I departed TerraPower, there was a bag of low-level radioactive material with my name on it.
And now that he brings up low-level nuclear waste, we can see what low-level nuclear waste is. Like, this is what This is what the majority of nuclear waste is. I think it's 90% of waste is low-level waste, which is literally lightly irradiated clothing, right? And people are whinging and crying about the waste. This is the waste. The waste that I'm pretty sure AUKUS is gonna, that Australia has to take from AUKUS is low-level waste. Clothes. I will have to double check that, but I'm pretty sure that a part of the deal was taking low-level nuclear waste, which is literally lightly contaminated clothing.
The coat would eventually decay out and be usable again, but dang, what an honor.
Canberra.
What's really exciting to me about TerraPower is that it's not just a new nuclear reactor company. It's also in the business of turning what was once pure nuclear waste into life-saving medication. It seems to me that TerraPower is truly one of the few companies that is realizing the grand potential of the atom. And that's exciting. Until next time.
That is exciting. Honestly, I hope that turns into something of actual consequence, because like that's a pretty big deal.
I was describing, like, trying to describe to my mom, who was in medicine, like, a while ago, that the fact that we, like, can manipulate things at the quantum level now, that like cancer treatments, you kill an entire area, and soon that cancer treatment will be like able to pass through all the healthy cells to only hit the cancer.
Yes.
I literally was trying to explain to her how it was possible in like how a technology would come along to be able to do it, because we can manipulate things at a quantum level now.
So the Snowy Mountains are a part of the Blue
Sky
Mountains.
Don't Lie.
Yeah, Sky Don't Lie. So this is the Blue Mountains. So it's just a bunch of these. What do they call them? What are the things called in America?
Trees.
No. The flat mountaintops. What are they called? Plateaus. They're like the isolated mountaintops, but they're flat. They have a very specific
plantains.
Name. I believe that's a banana.
You're a banana. You know what you are? You know what you are, Jack? A gross Michael.
I don't know what that means.
Look it up. Look up gross Michael.
Hold on. Just showing pretty pictures of mountains.
Bring up Google and type in gross Michael.
I will. And the snowy mountains are a part of this range, but the Snowy Mountains is likely where the hydroelectric is, because of obviously snow. So I imagine it is probably there. Yeah, they're blue. Whoa. What am I looking up, Michael? What am I looking up?
Bring up Google. Your Google window. Okay, type in gross Michael. Okay, go to all instead of images. It didn't autocorrect you.
And Michael Gross.
Go back. Put the E before the A and see if it autocorrects you in Michael. Yeah.
The fuck?
It was a banana joke.
Oh my god. For fuck's sake.
So until the 1950s, bananas were literally, actually not even bananas. They were gross Michaels. That was the specific fruit. But they got wiped out from a fungus. It used to be the dominant banana.
Really?
And now we don't have it anymore.
Crazy.
It got wiped out, so a different banana is now dominant.
That's crazy. The fuck? Do they have a completely different taste?
I don't know.
I'm very curious now. That's very interesting. Gros Michel.
An update
The physical
on Donald
properties
Trump
of the Gros Michel make it an excellent export produce. Its thick peel makes it resilient to bruising during transport, and the dense bunches that it grows in make it easy to ship.
Interesting.
Fruits were later referred to after Jamaican airport. The origin of the name Gros Michel is unknown. Apparently they might still be around, but they just don't export them. Gros Michel has a higher concentration of isomal acetate, the ester commonly used for banana food flavoring. This higher concentration is responsible for the myth that banana flavoring was based on the Gros Michel, but artificial banana flavor was not based on anything specific. So it might taste more like the banana candy or circus peanuts. Do you know about those?
Circus peanuts? Not specifically, but I know an idea.
They make no sense.
Yeah. The ones that elephants like, right? That they.
No, it's a candy.
No? Ah. The fuck?
Yeah.
No, I have no idea then.
It's a banana flavored candy, but look it up. Look what it looks like. You know, why is that banana flavored? Why is it in the shape of a peanut?
It's a good question.
Right? It makes no sense, right?
It doesn't.
It's also like considered one of the worst candies.
Doesn't surprise me.
Annexing Greenland, the situation is evolving, and just like I predicted, there's going to have to be persuasion involved here. Donald Trump wants to do this diplomatically.
Bro. You cannot wear the same color as your background like that. Okay? You're just a floating head. What are you doing? You need contrast.
He's an extremely sweet, nice person. And so now there's a report that he might be offering around $10,000 per year.
He's talking about Trump.
Greenland resident. And it's 57,000 people total. It can easily be done. This is all dope.
Sorry?
Just restart the video and pay attention.
Just what'd you say?
I said, did you hear what he was saying about Trump?
I did not.
Around $10,000 per year.
Don't just restart it.
There's an update on Donald Trump potentially annexing Greenland. The situation is evolving, and just like I predicted, there's going to have to be persuasion involved here. Donald Trump wants to do this diplomatically. He's an extremely sweet, nice person.
Oh my God.
And so now there's a report that he might be offering around $10,000 per year per Greenland resident.
One more time, can we watch
57,000 people total.
How you can tell that he's fucking lying to himself when he says it?
And so now there's a report that he might be off. Sweet, nice person. He's an extremely sweet, nice person. And so now there's a report that he might be offering around $10,000 per year per Greenland resident. And it's 57,000 people total. It can easily be done. This is all Doge money. They're like, oh, it's tax money. Like, look at this. You see how they format this. The White House is considering using our tax dollars, to give $10,000 per year to every person in Greenland. New York Times. That's from this article I'm going to go to. No, it's the Doge money that is saved. Remember, Doge said we're saving $1.5 trillion over the next 10 years. That's according to the new budget.
So how is he wrong?
So all of this money's going to be saved.
No, actually, it's not the tax dollars. It's the tax dollars. Bro thinks he's making
We're gonna make it back.
He's the smartest guy in the room, don't you know?
Then you've also got this story. This is just insane. A Space Force commander publicly undermining J.D. Vance to win points with Denmark, saying what J.D. Vance did was bad and that she put out a statement and said that this is not something that I would have liked to happen, or she sent out an email. This woman gets fired immediately. This is terrible. How is someone this is total undermining the executive branch and the vice president. Absolutely disgusting, and the woman's been removed, and I can't even imagine why someone that clueless would be in a position like that in the first place. Well, let's go back to this. Inside Trump's plan to get Greenland persuasion, not invasion.
Because she took a stance against the imperialism that the fucking federal government was putting off. And she is literally the base commander for the base in Greenland. And so when J.D. Vance was coming in, she specifically risked her job to distance herself from fucking imperialism. Like, and keep in mind, this is a military base commander. They have done plenty of, like, planning, if not indirect to direct bloodshed for the American empire. Right? It's not like this is like a savior. It's just like how fucking Mr. Mustache, Bolton, right? He wants to act like he's a hero because he stood up to Trump, you know? But, like, fuck that guy too, you know? Like, it's like when FBI directors FBI guys resigned over Kash Patel. It's like, wow, even pieces of shit are resigning. You suck.
Even. But, I mean, we saw the pieces of shit going in his first term as well.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. Like, it's the reason why she got fired is because she was like, imperialism is whack, and I don't agree with the things that this guy is saying. Like, she wanted to assure the people of Greenland that J.D. Vance does not reflect the opinion of the base.
Yeah.
Like, the base was
exactly.
there as an asset to Greenland.
The island's population might not be easily convinced as the president tries to clinch what he sees as one of history's greatest real estate deals. And we know this. We've talked about Greenland, guys. It's extremely critical to have Arctic presence, not just when you're talking about Alaska, but also with Greenland and maybe even the Canadian Northern Territories. But when it comes to Greenland...
There. It's like, what more do we fucking want for real? You tell me. And, like, he even said it. It's going to cost us money. Right now, we have complete control over Greenland, and fucking some fucking country in Europe is paying the bill for us. Why are you fucking with this? Like, it doesn't make sense on, like, the American empire scale, the things that this guy does. It's just so stupid to maintaining empire because he actually is imperialist, you know? He wants the land and he wants to expand the borders and shit. He has this old world fucking mentality. I don't fucking get it. Like, it would be so cool for someone, because he's basically a Trotskyist. All he does is say everything that everyone else did is wrong, and if he did it, it would be done the right way, right? So essentially, he's a Trotskyist, not a Maoist, like people have been saying. And wouldn't it be nice if he was like the kind of Trotskyist who actually did things correctly?
Yeah.
Like, you know, when he says they're doing it wrong, and he was just making foreign policy wins constantly instead of doing it even worse.
You're talking about our access, and this will probably change, but right now, China is looking to restrict our access when it comes to rare earths. They control about 60 to 70% of the rare earth deposits. They have extreme control, and so we're trying to change that.
Seriously, laughable. China restrict our access? Where? On their own fucking territory? Where is China? If the United States wants access to a fucking mineral, it's getting it, you know? Unless it's the fucking uranium in North fucking Korea. China is not going to box the United States out. They will undercut them. That doesn't mean anything at the end of the day. Because there's more. If they are gonna fucking get the shittiest deal where they're making like the least overhead, that's not our concern. Because we're gonna get what we need with the overhead we want.
A lot of rare earths, almost as much as the United States, possibly more when you talk about glacier melt, maybe unearthing more rare earths. We're just talking about along the coastline. They almost have as much as the total United States. So it's extremely important for the rare earths. It's extremely important for a presence in the Arctic. When you're talking about the Northwest Passage, when you're talking about the Davis Strait, when you're talking about access.
If a country has more of a certain mineral, it's suddenly better than us.
Yeah, of course. Didn't you know that?
Like how much nickel do they use? Do they have more nickel than the United States? How much do they actually use and then export that nickel product? If they're exporting the end product of whatever rare earth that they're using, how is it them suddenly having more of it than like somebody else when it's always intended as an export product from the start? Like, why the fuck do we care about this? Like, actually, like, because, like, he's trying to engage. That's why I like him. He tries to engage at, like, an upper intellectual level. Like, he has it figured out. And it's just dumber. Because it's, like, enlightened dipshitism.
That's a great term.
To Nunavut and that area up around Canada. Remember, you look at Greenland, it's a vessel to North America, and that's really what Trump needs to swing here. This is a North American country. It's closer to North America than it is to Europe. And so, I mean, it is right next to Canada and right next to Nunavut. And we're talking about getting a presence in the Arctic.
In fact,
we know it's been extremely unpopular. I did a video on it a few weeks ago. American citizens they don't understand the importance of this. They don't realize the situation to where Greenland is controlled by Denmark, yet their living quality is so low because Denmark can't pay the...
Is in North America, and then if so, everything that would be to the east of Guam, you know, even if we don't have, you know, title over those islands, those people technically would be North American, so they can just come in, right?
Of course. That's how it works.
Like Guam would be the cutoff or something?
Sure.
Like, where does North America end? Is Guam North American? Because like, it's not, but we still control it.
Is Hawaii?
Hawaii is it's close enough to North America, sure. It's sure.
Is it on the continental shelf though?
No, but Greenland is North America. Hawaii is North America. Those are both North America.
Yeah, I would say Greenland would be North America, yeah.
It literally is.
Yeah, like that's just water, and it's just an inland sea. Greenland and Canada are the same land. Like there's no way that these aren't just shallow seas, right?
The continent, it literally says, the continent is located in North American, but it is culturally European, basically.
Yeah, because look at the continental shelf here. It is on the North American shelf. But then again, so is Russia.
No, Alaska divides them.
I mean, sure. But like this is a shallow sea as well. And it drops off here. Alright, all this land up here. I think there was actually conflict between America and Russia at some point through here. But yeah.
Yeah, they'll land on. They do a thing where they change the flags on some islands and shit.
Oh, that's funny.
But then,
yeah,
what about Iceland?
Because here's the shelf drop off, right, in the Labrador Sea. So this is all just inland shallow sea here. Like there's land under there. And what, Iceland?
There's land underneath every part of the ocean.
Nope. There's a
So
gap.
is it Europe?
Yes. Sure. Iceland is its own thing. What is this?
It's literally on the crack. That's the world's butt crack right there.
Svalbard.
Yeah, that's where they fucking Sarbombaed, right?
No, I think that was here. I think that was this little dick strip here. Or it might have been up here. It's one of those. Yeah. But yeah, Iceland, sure. Iceland is such a random little island.
Yeah. Just wait till you play Death Stranding. That's where he went to do all the research for the
really?
environments. Even though it's based in America.
Is that a glacier?
Sure.
What a color. What a crazy color. Looks cold.
Okay. Enough playing with the map.
Where's all the ice?
Enough playing with the map.
Why is Russia not icy?
The amount, because of how secluded Greenland is in terms of their geography. They've got a huge fishing industry, but outside of that, they've got very low quality jobs. The United States can bring industry. We can bring a huge mining operation and higher quality, higher paying jobs.
Think about that.
Really
Do you hear this? Do you hear how this sounds? We're gonna civilize them. Is literally what he's doing. Do you understand? Like, he really makes it easier for you to slip yourself into the mind of a colonialist, right? And think about how them thinking things like, oh, these people just need industry and culture, even though they weren't saying industry, you know? Yeah. You can see how absent-minded and how it's not like Hitler-esque persecute the Jews evil.
Yeah,
it's just
benevolent evil.
This guy.
Yeah. Is it benevolent is the right word?
I don't know.
Sure, let's go with that.
Ignorant is what I would call it.
Sure. Let me check. I think it's benevolent.
I just know that's associated with demons.
Well-meaning and kindly. Sure. Benevolent evil, sure. Like I don't necessarily think that they're not well-meaning. I think they're just stupid.
Yeah, no, they think that like we're actually going to improve you.
Yes. Yeah.
This is us destroying your culture. Just wait. He says even more dumb culture stuff. I lost it. I literally could not finish this video on my own.
It literally is that. Like it is a benevolent evil. It's like, oh, we're the best. We're good. We can fix you.
Quality of life with an infrastructure build-up and significant technology advancement within the country.
Technology!
So we're going to raise their quality of life. We're going to potentially give them $10,000 a year.
No,
this
seriously,
is a great deal.
What
but it's
industry
this,
do they need there?
Fishing fleet,
like,
obviously.
What industry? We're going to fucking have them make socks and shit? We'll just put factories there and they'll stop fishing and they'll work for their fucking food instead of going out and getting it. Like, shut up. They're literally Manifest Destiny Greenland. Like, you little fucking Hitler youth groomed fuck.
You're just imperialistically taking over all these countries. No, this is a territory. They've got 57,000 people.
Wow, it's like he actually heard me.
They don't have the population. So this is all very critical that people
you
understand
hear that?
that.
You hear that? It's okay because they don't have a population. Oh, okay. Like the Mohicans are just disappearing. It's okay to take this land. God gave it to us.
Yeah, I came out yesterday and said on my stream, Trump should just start bribing these Greenland officials. Who cares? Who really cares? It's all legal. You
Trump
can do
should
it. Just bribe
commit
them. Just
crime.
give them money, and then they can
Who cares
turn the
if
tides
Trump
when it comes
does
to the
crime?
citizens. It's not a lot of people to convince. We see polls where it's like 95% of the people of Greenland dislike the United States because they've been getting pumped with EU propaganda via Denmark because they're a proxy.
How?
EU
You just
country,
said they don't have
and
infrastructure.
It's just a total mess in Europe. They hate
Like if
Trump.
they don't have the TVs and the internet, how would it happen? Don't you understand? The savages know nothing of our civilized life. They don't have paved streets. Cobblestone fucking streets.
They still wear snowshoes.
They don't know the joy of shitting in a pot and dumping it out your window in the morning. They still wake up and poop outside.
And it's really, really bad. But you can see the point of this is when you give them money, it's a way of persuasion and it's a way of just buying Greenland and buying
where have I heard
people's
this idea
opinions
before?
to support the annexation by the United States. And again, you're also talking about, this is why I always mention, we've never made Greenland an actual offer.
With these bribes, we can maybe, because it's cold up there, they could use some blankets.
So right now, the people of Greenland just think we're going to take over, nothing's going to change. No, everything is going to change within Greenland for the better. We're not looking to change your culture. That's another false narrative. They're going to change it to an American culture.
They literally have access to a history book to see that America has done this exact thing to acquire all its territory. Like, come on. You can't be doing it like this. Like, this ended after World War II. We gave up Panama because it made us look like fucking people who wanted to kill savages.
No, you just don't want to look that way in praxis.
Exactly.
Exactly. It's all
no,
about
but that's
the
thing
look.
is there was always a more ethical way to go about everything that colonialism did. Right? Like, honestly, like, it's kind of that libertarian they signed a contract thing. But, like, we look at someplace like New Zealand with the Maori who signed a contract. That contract is still, in the upper government, something that's being argued for common policy right now. The contract that they signed with the fucking kingdom that was, like, coming into the country. And why did they sign that? Because they knew if they signed it with them, it would bring them protection against the other dirty colonialists, right?
Yes.
It's like, we can criticize that the situation is fucked up, but we understand that that's how the situation was rolling forward. And in that case, it went about in a very ethical manner compared to everything else that has happened.
Why don't you go to Hawaii? There's still significant Hawaiian culture. It feels vastly different than the 48 connected states, and to a degree, the same thing with Alaska as well. Even though there's been significant migration.
I'm gonna send it on Instagram, but I'll open it.
Okay.
On my screen.
Up to Alaska. Yeah. So they claim that we would change Greenland and destroy their culture is completely false. Even if there was movement to Greenland, it would be people looking for better jobs, if there were mining jobs up there, and it wouldn't be this crazy migration. And so we would help Greenland and their citizens, and it's just so unique to where Denmark owns Greenland, but Greenland wants to be independent of Denmark and independent of everyone.
This is literally like
but they cannot
Maori shit,
necessarily
bro.
have
They're literally
that
talking
wish
about how they're
because of the
siding with Denmark
situation
to protect
with
them
how secluded
from
they are.
America. This is
They
literally
need other countries
because these
to help
people
keep their government
technically
afloat. They don't.
If you think about it, right? There's this whole racist argument about like, oh, there was somebody there before those indigenous people, like they took the land from somebody before them. You know, that whole racist argument. But like, there's like the like Me6 or the Mises. Is there something like that? But they're like
Meeseeks.
They're similar to the Cajuns. Like they're a civilization of a colony that completely integrated.
Okay.
And they're still considered Native Americans, even though they are technically like descended mixed race from French and American at the time, right?
Are they the people that sound like what's his face from the Marvel movie?
No, they're like here in New York. They're like here. They're like they're and like.
So it's not like that Creole.
No, they're
Louisiana
like
thing.
Adjacent to the Iroquois tribes, and that's
okay.
why like I say that it's like Norway, right? The Dutch, no, Netherlands. They after the League of Nations was formed.
Yeah.
These were the people who tried to basically become their own nation, and they were backed by the Netherlands, and Churchill told them to fuck off because Churchill was still, because they're in Canada, the population that wanted to secede from Canada and become their own state. Like, they are their own ethnic group. They are considered, like, native, right? So, like, even though these people might be a mixture of, like, people who lived on the territory and Europeans, they are native. It is literally us doing the continuation of native genocide.
Interesting.
Because they've been long enough there that they are like their own ethnic population, and we're still doing this shit.
Okay.
Generate enough money.
Kind of concerning.
And so the United States obviously can help them with that with a huge infrastructure commitment. We just have to turn the Greenland politicians
what infrastructure?
And have them educate their citizens on why this is good.
Oh, now they need to be educated. Okay.
An education. I mean, we see what Trump wants to do here. I'm going to read some of this. This is the thing. I'll go through these.
I thought you were anti-Department of Education and shit, you know? The same people, now we need to educate them. Sounds like you're a fucking communist now, bro. Oh, yeah. Just educate the poors into our ideology.
Yeah. Yes, of course.
But I need to start reading them on video because I'll talk about them, but I won't read them. So you've got 57,000 people asked if they should join the United States. Mr. Trump's advisors have discussed using advertising and social media campaigns to sway public opinion on the island, according to another person briefed.
I hate how Instagram always mutes itself.
How Instagram what?
Always starts muted.
Yes, yeah.
So I have to refresh, pause, unmute. Okay.
To sacrifice my own life for Pakistan. That's the spread great! I'm pledging that I will be pilot and I'll help everyone. Pilot. Yeah, he's the pilot, great! I'll pledge that I will be I will save my country. You will save the country. And I'll be big, I'll become a pilot and save my country and try not to crash the airplane and let the people die and give money to the poor people. Inshallah, future pilot of Pakistan. My pledge to my country is that when I will grow up, I will be the scientist like Dr. Abdul Qadir Khan, who helped Pakistan making the nuclear power. To sacrifice my own life for Pakistan.
Fucking love this video. It's one of the best videos.
You know that inspiration meme, right?
Yeah.
The meme format there. I was
honestly,
fucking dying that they did it with that.
One of the better meme formats to come out.
Yeah,
recently.
my favorite
It's
is the
great.
Tesla truck.
Very unpopular. In the United States, it's unpopular, although I think a lot of people don't really care about it. And by the way, now these liberals are starting to come out and say, Like, they'll say Trump is having a horrible 2 months or 2.5 months, and they'll cite him trying to acquire Greenland as a reason why. Like, we're gonna, like, seriously, do you want me to lay out every minute detail on why this acquisition is gonna be amazing for America? You've even got liberal experts saying, I mean, what Trump is doing, yeah, he has to acquire Greenland. We need Arctic control based off of
how is
what
us
we're seeing
paying
in the Arctic,
money for something
Chinese
we already have good? Like, we can put industry there if we want to. Nothing is stopping America from doing anything. There's only one place, you know? That's the Strait of Hormuz. Everything else, ours. And the uranium in North Korea. That one, too. Let's pay money for something we already have.
Influence of the Russians and how much of the Arctic they control because of their country and how close it is to the Arctic.
It's like rent.
They'll even say it's very important. And they'll even say we need to have a different relationship with...
Just stop paying rent. What are they going to do? Kick you out? Good luck. Go to court. Fuck off. Save tons of money. And then, boom, you have a new security deposit instead of paying rent. I know what you're saying. Couldn't you just be paying rent instead of saving the money for a new security deposit?
Controlling that.
And
this is
I
all
have
future
to say,
control.
Buy fart
So this is
coin.
gonna.
This is financial advice.
Happen one way or another with the climate shift, with everything that's happening in the Arctic. Trump is just going at it proactively in a quick manner, and it's like, oh, he's trying to take over Greenland. Well, yes, because this is a situation that's going to come up in the future. It's very important to have this territory. So, but it's like, how does this only have a 20% approval rating? And people have to start waking up and understanding this is not a fascist conquest. This is a strategic acquisition in which the people of Greenland are going to be giving a significantly upgraded quality of life because of the United States investment.
6 tribes down here.
And how about just an investment into these people to where we'll pay them $10,000 a year, whatever it is. I said there was going to be bribing. This is what happened.
These six specific ethnic groups down here, we want that land. You know what we should do? I got an idea. Instead of bribing him to press Ginger, what if we just find... They literally couldn't. They literally tried to do this. Keep in mind. What if we just found one guy who was pro-Trump and made him represent all of the people? Which, again, they literally tried to do that. They literally tried to Trail of Tears this situation and couldn't find one emissary that would speak for them.
Yes. It's very funny. Honestly, one of the best things is that they sent J.D. Vance's wife and everybody told her to fuck off.
Well, no, they literally... People were so upset about it. The base commander technically lost her job because of how pissed these people were. Like, the message has been sent. Like, what more do you want? This is why fucking white people got scalped. Okay? Isn't it fucking obvious how these events came to be? Like, we are the same people. The same brains. Our brains didn't evolve. We are not smarter than the people 300 years ago. We've made progress not because we are intelligent, but because we can continually look at what our brains have done 50 years ago and said, damn, we fucked up. Because that's the joy of coming later, is you constantly get to stand on the shoulders and shoulders of giants.
I mean, that's literally what it is. We're literally standing on the foundations built by everybody else. And
even like Leviathan theory, it's thousands of years of fucking legal documents built underneath. Like, Lebanon has fucking Ottoman laws that Hezbollah exploits. Why does Lebanon have Ottoman laws that Hezbollah exploits? You know? Because every founding thing comes into the country.
Yeah.
Like, everything in civilization is built off the... Then that's why you look at uncontacted tribes, none of them are fucking inventing bombs. And you know, airplanes and shit. because they don't have access to the collective web. As soon as it's literally a Mass Effect. It literally is. Like, giving gunpowder to North America had a fucking Mass Effect result. And there's a reason why, in the Mass Effect lore, they make it illegal to start turning on random relays and going through them. Because when they did that, it almost wiped out all life because they fucking went through and the Rachni came.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Like,
yes,
it's
yes.
literally the same thing. Like, it's drawing from real life when they wrote that. They can write that because we have life scenarios to look at on how these things fucking happen.
It's a great fucking game. We need to make a.
Well, that's what workshopping will be and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. So we'll work on it.
Like, these people
week, 2 weeks.
could leave Greenland if they wanted to. It's the same thing with Gaza. They're trying to say, like, Netanyahu. Oh my god, we should probably watch that. But Netanyahu literally said, "All these people are keeping Gaza in. We didn't lock them in.
Oh my god.
The people of Gaza aren't locked in there by us. It's Hamas who hasn't allowed them to leave." And now with Donald Trump basically telling them to get out, they now have a choice to go to these other countries that they didn't have before. They're no longer trapped in Gaza, which is also justifying a future further extermination, because it's like, you clearly are loyal to Hamas because you didn't leave Gaza.
We need to cut the grass. Duh. You know, it's definitely talking about Hamas
wild.
and not killing Palestinians every generation.
You literally screen and tell people that their children have to die because you're not going to let them out of the country for medical reasons, that they need to go see a fucking hospital in fucking Europe or something, you know?
Epic.
They don't care. You have to fucking, like, you break your arm, you have to get Israeli clearance to fucking get a cast, basically.
Crazy. Yeah.
You know?
Like,
and then he has the nerve to say, we didn't lock him in Gaza.
And this isn't an apartheid? Like, what the fuck?
Well, this is specifically, says technically, Gaza is its own territory. It's a different case. And that's why people, even Ethan is...
It's under Israeli jurisdiction,
Ethan will tell you it's an apartheid state, but then he'll also say that it's also not an apartheid state. He won't say those words. He clearly thinks it's an apartheid state because of the situation, but because he also gets the fucking information warfare from Israel in there, he'll talk about how the Palestinians who live in Israel have equal rights. Huh?
Are we talking about the Ranger?
No, Ethan Klein.
Oh, okay.
So he will say it's an apartheid state, but then he'll say that the people who are Palestinian in Israel have equal rights. And it's like, we're not fucking talking about those people. We're talking about Palestinians in the West Bank when you say it's an apartheid state. Because when you have to recognize it as one state, and he's still... One state solution is bad. He doesn't understand that either because of Israeli narratives, right?
Yes.
So it's funny that he'll do the apartheid apologia, but he doesn't understand and still will say that it's apartheid. But he'll talk about other points when he's not talking about the apartheid and talking about how Israel is a diverse country. He'll do that type of stuff. But the propagandists like Elon Levy will directly say that Palestinians, like, he'll literally at the challenge saying it's not an apartheid state because these same exact points.
Yeah. It's pretty crazy.
Hey, you see here where the article is cut off on his screen? It says something about, what is that? The Inuit population. Sounds like that might have a factor into this, huh? And that we should fuck off.
Yes. Yeah, maybe don't do another Trail of Tears. might be a good fucking idea, you know? Or maybe we can just have
Donald Trump just wants to be their king. I'm your king now.
He wants to be king of something. That's for sure.
I don't get it.
Happens, and the people are like, oh,
Donald Trump?
Well, I guess, just like how he's your guy. Like, how do you fucking get to the point where you're like, Trump is awesome?
Yeah, it's very...
And he's so handsome.
Yeah,
and nice.
The praising of physical appearance is very strange. Also, can we fucking talk about his little Kim Jong-il pin?
I told you about this. That's
what
why
the
I said.
actual fuck?
That's why I said Jackson Hinkle was right. It's mega communism.
Unfucking real. Like that. That was something I did not expect in the first 3 months.
You see how long it's taking to get through this video? I told you it was a fucking gold video. I think this is when I had to click off. It said there's already so much here.
You're using our tax dollars.
As the poll
No, it's
going?
from Doge, and there's going to be a huge boom if we do this, because we're only talking about paying a few $1 billion here and there, whatever, to these people.
I voted this time.
And we're going to get around... I mean,
That
they
means
estimate,
nobody
if, you know,
voted.
just on the coastlines, they say, well, it's about $5 to $10 trillion in rare earths, in lithium,
All right, well, I would have
in
watched the vampire
extremely
movie,
important...
So that's the one we're picking.
We already
I'm
did
pretty
watch
sure
the vampire movie.
Wait, what? There was another one there that I voted for. Maybe not vampire. It was a different category. Zombie? Was it zombie? What was the category? There was a new one there.
This
One of
poll that everyone should vote in, and click
Yeah.
that link to vote in the poll.
Well, we had like 15 people watching before, and you weren't pushing the poll.
I did. I post it constantly.
Hold on, let me double check what it was, because I want to make sure that my vote was the correct one. Was it vampire? No. I don't think it was.
There's no vampire.
No, there was another one. There was a weird one.
You're
that
still
I'm
on your goddamn wheel, bro. 4 hours.
Samurai! Vampire, samurai, same fucking thing.
material and resources that are used to produce renewable energy sources, EVs, car batteries, and things like that. So this is all very important, but you can see it's an uphill battle, right?
Bug's Life?
Trump posting the 90-second video on social media talking about how the United States took positions on Greenland to prevent the Nazi invasion after Germany had occupied Denmark. That was early on. It was Denmark.
Are you going to put the original one that it was interpreted from on? Because that one I haven't seen.
Well, that one is a samurai movie.
Is it? Is it really?
Yeah.
I have a feeling I know what this is going to be. What's the name of the movie?
What?
The samurai movie.
Oh, the one A Bug's Life is based on?
Yeah.
That's, Seven Samurai.
It is Seven Samurai. Okay. Is that what the samurai movie's going to be? Or can we watch like one of those black and white samurai movies?
Oh my
The
god.
old school ones.
Get off your wheel, for fuck's sake.
That looks fun. There's a lot of samurai movies.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's 3.5 hours long. Okay. No!
That was the joke.
We can watch half of it. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Not that one then. Holy shit. That's
Right?
wild. 1954. 3.5 hours. What the fuck, man?
Pretty cool, huh?
Oh, this is the Kurosawa film. Okay. Okay, I do want to watch this. That's a long time though.
No, for something like that, we'll do it like a special day.
Because I was gonna say, is
and
this
maybe
a
do it
Kurosawa
inside
film?
Discord even.
Okay. Oh, he did Rashomon as well.
Yep.
Oh, he only did samurai films.
Yeah, so and that's
Cool.
and so all American westerns are based on Kurosawa's work.
Really? That's fucking great. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
gonna
the
go
reason
back.
why westerns are like that. They're actually samurai movies.
Interesting.
And then so like and then that goes into the sci-fi in Star Wars
Amazing.
being a samurai movie and why
because,
it took western tropes and stuff. And then it was like, what if we made it medieval knights? But it's not even looking back to like the origins of the western itself.
Yeah, interesting. Because in Ghost of Tsushima, you can put on Kurosawa mode, which is black and white in Japanese. And the next playthrough, I'm going to do it on that mode, because it's fucking cool.
Holland that Hitler went after originally when it came to...
Alright, so is there another samurai film that we can watch of his?
That wasn't what I was going to watch for a samurai movie.
Oh, it wasn't?
That was,
okay.
No, that was the joke.
Okay, great.
I'd have to... It's a process.
Uh-huh. Kurosawa, his father, a member of a samurai family, worked as the director of the Army's Physical Education Institute.
It's literally a bug's life. I cannot stress
family.
enough. It is literally the same film.
Akira was the 8th and youngest child of this moderately wealthy family with 2 siblings already grown up by the time of his birth and 1 dead. Kurosawa grew up with 3 sisters and a brother. Promoting physical exercise, Western traditions, considered theater and modern pictures to have educational merit. He encouraged his children to watch films. Young Akira viewed his first movies at the age of 6. Interesting. A major childhood influence was Heigo Kurosawa, the older brother by 4 years. In the aftermath of the Kanto earthquake and subsequent massacres in 1923, Heigo took 13-year-old Kurosawa to view the devastation. When Akira wanted to look away from the corpses of humans and animals scattered everywhere, he forbid him to do so, encouraging Akira instead to face his fears by confronting them directly. Very interesting. Some commentators have suggested that this incident would influence Kurosawa's later artistic career, as the director would seldom hesitate to confront unpleasant truths in his work. Very interesting.
The thing is, what's funny is the movie I'm trying to find is doing everything right. Because it's literally on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16 different streaming services. So it's like they're doing everything right to prevent piracy. The issue is like, even if I have that streaming service, I can't screen share. Which, funny enough, because it's on so many sites, it makes it harder to find a way around. And I have found Vietnamese subtitles, but, you know, can't be having that. Definitely don't want Vietnamese subtitles.
This film is seen as an early example of Kurosawa's immediate grasp on the filmmaking process. I'm jealous. But I guess that's why he has like 8 films and is one of the most well-renowned directors ever. Like, I doubt there's somebody that doesn't know who Kurosawa is. Like,
if you make movies, you probably should know the name.
Yeah.
the Western expansion of Nazi Germany. And so, yes, when you're talking about Denmark owning Greenland, Denmark being invaded and occupied by Germany, the United States took up a military base on Greenland to save it from a potential Nazi conquest. And that did happen in the 1940s. So this idea, this bad-mouthing in the United States, we saved them from being occupied. They're not allowed to have a military because under the current, even if they had a military, it's 57,000 people, they're not going to be able to adequately defend themselves. Now the question is, are they feared of...
Kurosawa's first film has censored content which is considered lost footage now. That's very interesting. About 20 minutes of his original film. His first film. How interesting.
Being invaded right now, obviously not. Because if they were, they would do a deal with the United States for protection. But because of their location in between Europe and North America, they think they're completely safe. You can see this. This is where it is. Trump administration also studying financial incentives for Greenlanders, including the possibility of replacing the $600 million in annual subsidies that Denmark gives the island with an annual payment of $10,000 per Greenlander. And so you're talking about giving people money, and that's what we thought was going to happen. It's not this new thing. This has been rumored for a while. People are like, we'll just give them a lump sum payment because there's only 57,000 people there. You can do this. You've got Trump officials believing that costs could be offset by new revenue.
I have a movie to add to the list. Yeah. I'm just having a browse on this. Considering what I said the other week with the noir film, this could be an interesting addition to the list.
Revenue, yep. This is exactly what it is. New revenue from the extraction of Greenland's natural resources, rare earths, minerals, copper, gold, uranium, oil. Absolutely. And so we get a complete offset of the $10,000 just in mining capacity. And on top of that, we get the strategic presence in the Arctic. And so much of the Greenland is part of the Arctic Circle. If you look at a map and you look at the top...
Damn, this film was also censored by Western powers. So the first one was censored by the British. This one was censored by the US because it was post-war. Very interesting.
Top of it and the circle, and there's so much of Greenland that's within that area, and so it's a huge presence within the Arctic Circle, and it's a huge presence in the Arctic alone to be able to acquire this territory. And it's going to be a huge boom, and we don't even know the amount of natural resources and rare earths that they have. It's
dude, just fucking drill into Alaska. Just take like 5% of Alaska, and you'll have literally all the minerals you ever fucking need. Shut the fuck up. You don't need Greenland.
It's probably over 5 to $10 trillion because again, you're talking about the
and it's not like Trump gives a fuck about mineral resources anyway. The fucking dickhead is just like, yeah, fuck it, go drill for more oil and frack everything. Instead of putting money into, exactly like I said about Australia, future fucking projects, future energy, looking to the future, funding the future. Instead, this fucking idiot is just looking short term, like everyone in politics, because it's all about the next election. It's not about bettering the world for people. We're in an era where we're in globalization, but literally nobody wants to cooperate with each other. It's fucking crazy.
Deposits along the coastline, not even inland, when you get maybe glacier melt, and those can all be extracted because along the coastline, especially during the summer, you will get lukewarm temperatures. It's not always negative 10 degrees. It's a lot more mild on the coast. So that's just the situation. I do think you can see this is about natural resources. In a way, it is about critical minerals and natural resources. It's also about security. It's also about presence within the Arctic. There's a number of things going on here, and it's also about the access to certain waterways, like the Northwest Passage, like the Davis Strait, like access closer to Europe and the Northern Atlantic Ocean as well. So there's a lot that goes on when it comes to this acquisition and how it's so important, and we've discussed this, and right now there's just a messaging issue, and we need to turn the tide, and I think the way to do that is through the government within Greenland. And then once they have a different rhetoric and they pitch this and they change their minds on the entire thing, whether you want to bribe the government or whatever. I mean, just get them to change their minds. Because we want to do this diplomatically. You know, Trump could just invade and take it over, and no one would say, well, people would be very angry, of course. That's why Trump's not doing it. But he could do it logistically very easily. You know, Europe would be very upset with that. I agree. But I'm just saying he could do it if he wanted to. But he doesn't want to anger people. So he's saying, let's diplomatically process this. And we understand we're not liked right now within Greenland. They've been flooded with this horrible EU propaganda against the Trump administration to make us seem like fascists. They're saying we're taking over Greenland. It's fascism. It's disgusting. It's conquest. That's not what this is at all. And by the way, us acquiring Alberta would not be conquest either. They would be joining the United States. Greenland would be joining the United States once we offer them certain assurances.
Describes conquest.
This is all done where the citizens want to join the country, and that's the key thing when it comes to territorial acquisition in the 21st century, and that's what Trump is starting to realize, and why they're pivoting and saying, well, they didn't want to accept Vance there. Vance wasn't able to do any public appearances. I think that was a bad job by the administration. If I'm sending Vance to Greenland, I'm already bribing these officials and saying, this is what we're going to give you. Let's get Vance out there. We're not going to waste the trip to Greenland. We need to get Vance with the people of Greenland, the citizens there. It's so important that the propaganda gets pumped into these people and we can start the positive dialogue to the acquisition. The other question is, where is Denmark in all of this? Because you would think, this is the issue. When you look at the relationship of the dynamic, Greenland wants to be independent of Denmark eventually. When will that be? We don't know. But they want to be independent of Denmark. So, do you just negotiate with Denmark? Does Denmark not want to negotiate with the United States? Would Denmark be open to negotiating with the United States because they have so little leverage, because Greenland already wants to be freed from Denmark as the territorial owner? I mean, if I was Denmark reading into this, I would be like, United States, please come to me. Please give me $30 billion or $20 billion or whatever, and you can have Greenland. Because it's like, you're going to lose them for nothing otherwise. But that's how dumb these European countries are. They just hate Trump. They don't care. They don't even want to help their own country. So it's like, you know what? We won't negotiate with Denmark at all. We need Greenland to separate from Denmark through a referendum. And this is all after Trump says we're going to give you X, Y, and Z, so it gives the people of Greenland a reason to want to join the United States over being a part of... I mean, there really shouldn't be a reason. The United States can offer Greenland 100 times more in terms of infrastructure buildup, in terms of military protection than Denmark. It is absurd. They're just pumped with EU propaganda. That is the only reason why you would want to stay with the EU and with Denmark over the United States. But this is what you have to do because this is just how the propaganda is within Greenland right now. And I understand there's also the idea, and this is what countries do, they'll galvanize around, we want to be independent, we don't want to be owned by anyone, screw this. That's why they're trying to leave Denmark, even though Denmark gives them money every year to stay afloat and keep their economy up.
Damn. Jealous. I want to be the secret fiance.
Because there's bullheadedness within...
Yeah, this guy is that dumb. This is the kind of shit that John finds. Like, what the fuck? How do you even find this shit?
Culture, and I understand it. You want to be independent. I get it. But this protection will help you, and we need it for access to the Arctic, and we need it for rare earth extraction, and you're going to be getting a cut of the rare earth, just like what happened in Alaska. When Alaska got statehood, they got a cut of what was mined. So all of this is hopefully going to happen. We'll have to see, but you know, Trump has definitely had a rhetoric to where he wants Greenland. He's pushed for Greenland. You had Don Jr. visiting Greenland. You had Vance visiting Greenland. And when Trump goes to Greenland, I can guarantee you Trump's going to make sure they welcome him, the citizens welcome him with open arms. We want to do this diplomatically. We want to turn this situation around. This is extremely unpopular. A lot of Americans do not want this to happen because they're not educated on it. They're using it against Trump and saying that he's a fascist for doing this. This is a total misrepresentation of the potential acquisition, the annexation of Greenland.
It's not fascism, annexation. Okay. Hey, what did Hitler do? Did he annex places? Did he invade places? Did he think that there was land that he deserved and then took it? Yeah. Where China? Does China do that? Did China be like, oh, Tibet? Tibet? No, Tibet's ours. 60 years of occupation. Does that, sound like a bit of a hypocritical statement there, Buster? I don't know. I don't know. You tell me, geopolitical expert. I don't know. Sounds like you're an idiot. And you don't actually know anything about what you're talking about. At least, I will give him this. At least, he actually reads the articles. And it's not the Daily Mail. So he's at least better than Tim Pool. So there's that, I guess. Is that a victory? Sure, maybe. What is this? Change my mind. Australian politics.
Australia's become a nation of swingers.
Oh, I watched this,
Trying it now. Just
and
get
I was
down
like,
and-
"Oh, this is
and really get stuck.
Jack is gonna fucking love this."
This seems to be the trend these days.
Politically, at least.
There was undoubtedly a swing. We have taken a swing against us.
I even have a sort of cane in my hand.
Back in the 1960s, more than 70% of us said we always vote for the same party. But by 2022, that nearly halved to just 37%. If you're
Good
a
graphics.
politician, that's a lot more people up for grabs.
World's best.
Righto, cheapest.
There are far more swing.
Oh my god. Do you know why they're drinking beers on camera? Are you guys aware of why they're drinking beers on camera? It's because they're
Because
trying
that's what
to.
That's
they're
what
trying
the politicians do.
Yeah,
one of
they're
the
trying
people.
to. They're trying to capture the magic of one dude.
I wanted to do a leggy.
They're trying to.
It's
replicate
honestly
this bloke.
Able to mix effortlessly with
impressive.
Bob Hawke could work a room or pub like no other. Able to mix effortlessly with everyone from labourers to matriarchs and even swimwear models.
I think Bob Hawke, in my personal
Like
opinion,
they're all literally trying to emulate this guy because this guy is seen as like the best politician we've ever had for some fucking reason. I don't care. Politician's gonna politician. I'm sure he has merits. I'm sure he has criticisms. They literally are just trying to emulate this vibe. And it's not working because they're all... See, this guy was an actual working class dude who just went into politics. The politicians now are a political class of people. You can't get this because they are out of touch, fundamentally out of touch with the regular person. This will never happen again.
Prime Minister. Well, as far as I'm concerned, I think he's number one.
I think Bob Hawke is the man that they really need.
I worked as a builder's labourer. I worked as labourer on the chain gang and the abattoirs. And that's where I've, in a sense, felt happy.
Hawkey, as he was nicknamed, was also fond of a beer, and at university held the world record for sculling a yard glass. Later in life, he was still happy to raise and down a glass to the delight of the masses.
Like, that's literally what they're trying to do. This is what they're trying to do, except Peter Dutton looks like a thumb, and Albanese has a lisp. Like, nobody gives a fuck. You're not gonna recapture it. You just need to stop.
Soft voters than there's ever been at any time in Australian history.
It's a very tiring business.
This is...
Like, again, it goes back to what I was saying before about them only wanting to capture the next election. Give us something new. I don't understand. Fucking give us something to actually vote for.
politics, and you'd expect them to play it this way.
I mean, really, is that what you expect?
Something has changed, and this graph is what it's all about.
Bro just straight up putting people's number plates on a video. Very
about.
cool.
It used to be the case that the major parties would reliably get more than 40% of the primary vote. That primary vote has fallen and fallen. All the while, the primary vote for everyone else has grown and grown.
That's fabulous.
And I want to find out why.
Show and tell. You want to see the best moment in Australian politics? There's actually two. Whoop. And then there's this one.
And a final observation on the same-sex marriage debate from Bob Catter.
I mean, you know, people are entitled to their sexual proclivities, you know. I mean, let there be 1,000 blossoms bloom as far as I'm concerned, you know. But I ain't spending any time on it because in the meantime, every 3 months, a person is torn to pieces by a crocodile in North Queensland.
So what does that have to do with anything? This is fucking ridiculous country.
Hell, is it? By asking undecided voters and seeing the research that campaigns are doing behind closed doors every day.
They promise these things, but does it actually happen?
I've never seen things this expensive.
Make Australia great again.
Lifting the lid on the politicians' strategies.
There is so much espionage. At first, it's horrifying, and then it sort of becomes a little bit fun.
Oh, no assistance here at all.
And how they're trying to manipulate us.
Everyone they see is scripted. The whole thing is a construct.
So sunshine is far away from where we are.
From Albany to Zetland, Adelaide to Zilmere.
What is going? Let's see.
What is the more?
Australia's federal political...
By the way, that's the first time Peter Dutton has ever picked up a petrol pump. There is no fucking way that he pumps his own petrol. No way. That bro gets driven places and has never touched a fuel pump in his fucking life.
Political story has been written over 124 years.
A nation for a continent, and a continent for a nation.
Over the decades, parties formed and fell apart until the two sides of politics we know today came to dominate the landscape. And for a long time, most of us were loyal to our side.
Party loyalty really rested on our occupation for a long time.
If I knew your job, your religion, your income, I'd be able to make a pretty good guess of how you'd vote.
Something that you perhaps inherit from your parents.
I always vote for the same party, so regardless of what candidate is in.
But somewhere along the way, we started to fall out of love with the big parties.
No, I can't bother voting full stop, so they're all a bunch of idiots.
They're all full of shit.
Labor and... Yeah, like this is the attitude that everybody has, yet everybody continues to vote for these fucking idiots, and nothing changes. And this is why I'm not voting.
Liberal?
Both of them.
I would recommend others do the same, but at the end of the day, it's your vote. Do whatever the fuck you want with it.
One thing, one says the other, they're both biting at each other and people get caught in between.
This guy is a swinger. Swing voters come in all shapes and sizes, from the generally confused...
What to you are the main issues involved in this election?
Well, they're...
to the genuinely uncommitted.
You know already the name of the man you're going to vote for?
No, I don't.
Well, when will you know?
When I'll go inside.
Now, people are voting with their vote.
Swing voters
Isn't it funny that the Australian accent didn't exist until like 40 years ago? Don't you think that's funny?
where are all the actions at?
Last election, 20 seats changed hands, and they went to a much wider group of parties and people than usual. Here's that graph again. The Labor government was
graph.
elected in 2022 with the lowest primary vote of a government since the 1930s. We have a massive crossbench of minor parties and independents, and there are more trying to join them this year.
We're returning to a much more normal, unstable world.
Swingers are the ones who decide an election, and so swingers are the ones that parties try to appeal to the most. But swingers are also the ones that often think
You're all full of shit.
we're all about to take part in the great exercise of democracy. Whether you're a political nerd or you're not paying any attention. 18 million of us making a choice about who walks
Not
these
me.
halls and who runs the country.
I guess that is making a choice, though, isn't it?
I'm Casey Briggs, and I'm travelling the country to find out not who will win this election, but how they'll do it. And who needs to be persuaded. The result of this election is up in the air. This election, like every election, is up to the swingers.
Rate the architecture of our White House.
Election.
Dumb.
Why?
Just look dumb. I'm using a lot of energy to find this. So far, the issue is because of how accessible it is. So you think there's any chance? It literally one click and you can watch it on the Roku website. You think there's any chance I can screen share the Roku website without it being blacked out?
Full screen, maybe. But that's the only way I can think.
And then I have it in Vietnamese. And then I found a download site that's in Myanmar that's just really sketchy. So I was gonna send it to you and say, here, you try.
In Western Sydney, a cultural melting pot, Australia just got a little bit bigger.
All the rights, responsibilities and freedoms of citizenship are now yours.
Look at this fucking goober and his stupid little
responsibilities.
What a loser. All the mayors of the cities wear this shit. Loser shit.
And freedoms of citizenship are now yours.
Oh my god, I did it. I found one.
Oi, oi, oi.
Across the country, tens of thousands are becoming citizens on a day where people celebrate, reflect on their country and what they want it to be.
Me and my family have worked hard, made a lot of sacrifices to come here, and I think it is a recognition of our hard work, and I'm looking forward to the next chapter of my life.
I've been very thankful to Australia, the people, the culture. Very grateful for it. Thank you.
I think one of the
Wait,
first
you
Australian
mean immigrants are voting?
Where are the non-South Asians? Are we only getting South Asian
You're
immigrants?
literally in
What is
South
happening?
Asia. You're literally in South Asia. These are your Mexicans.
Your ethics, your empathy, your inclusion.
The respect that's shown, the inclusivity, the diversity, it's really wonderful living in a country like this.
Oh no, not a South African. That's not what I wanted.
In a matter of weeks, they'll get to have their say on who governs them.
I would think I'll prioritize someone who puts Australia and Australia's people at the center of its focus.
It's all going to be new to me, but I'm really excited and looking forward to do the voting for the first time.
And to give opportunities for young people, to be honest, yeah. More opportunities.
What was that accent?
Yeah. More
This time.
And to give opportunities for young people, to be honest, yeah. More opportunities.
Interesting. Can you pick that accent?
No, I wasn't listening hard enough.
Like it's a very
Probably
mild
Dutch.
African accent.
But I'm really excited and looking forward to do the voting for the first time.
And to give opportunities for young people, to be honest, yeah. More opportunities.
It's very, very mild, very muted. I can't pick that at all.
Probably Dutch.
The Prime Minister is now leaving.
Why do you say that?
Huh? No,
Why do you say
I
that?
mean, colonialization-wise.
Ah, okay. Yeah, okay. Interesting.
Like how South Africans are, that's actually more of a Dutch accent than an English accent.
Yes, yeah.
The lodge, so this is it.
It's now on. Anthony Albanese and Peter Dutton will spend the next 5 weeks trying to convince Australians they're best placed to lead the country for the next 3 years.
Bro, what a
Voters are
pussy-ass
increasingly
motorcade.
Yeah, my favorite part is that
Is anyone like even trying to kill your president?
They used to be all Australian cars and now they're all German, which is very cool. Yeah, what says better about Australia than not driving
will you be
Australian-made
shocked
cars?
when we fucking do a fucking missile barrage on Iran? Would you be shocked if it happened?
No.
How likely do you think it will happen?
60%.
You think, okay, that's higher than I would say. I think it's literally just pressure for a deal. I don't think they're ever going to do anything, but
Look, if Iran tells them to get fucked,
there's another
that's where my
war
number comes.
that's on the verge of breaking out in the Middle East.
Between?
Two of your favorite countries. Think about what are the best countries in the Middle East. And by that I mean the worst.
Well,
pick two of them, and it's probably between those two.
Egypt and Israel?
Egypt's fine. Israel, of course. That's the worst.
Israel and Iran, I can only assume.
That's been going on.
Yeah, like that's been happening. The worst. Turkey. I don't know. Would you count Turkey as the Middle East?
Yeah.
Okay. Turkey and Syria?
Pretty close.
Close?
I mean, it's going to end up happening in Syria.
Okay. Why? What are they picking on Jelani and shit?
I mean, it sent the link to the...
Israel and Turkey?
swingy. But then again, so are our leaders.
I'll speed this up.
If Anthony Albanese wins this election, he'll be the first Australian Prime Minister to win 2 elections in a row since John Howard in 2004. For 21 years, we've been swinging from PM to PM. But leadership turmoil is nothing new in this nation. It goes right back to the start. This is Edmund Barton, our first PM, sworn into office right here.
This is Centennial Park in Sydney. Floats and arches from many countries wish success to the new Federation of Australian States.
But Barton wasn't meant to be the first PM. Weeks earlier, the brand new Governor-General, Lord Hopeton, had tapped Sir William Lyne to be Prime Minister. The thing is, Lyne had long campaigned against Federation, so it was an unusual choice to be the Federation's first leader.
Those who'd actually worked hard for Federation, such as Edmund Barton in New South Wales and Alfred Deakin in Victoria, refused to serve with him.
And 5 days after being chosen, he handed his commission back at 10 p.m. on Christmas Eve 1900. The job was given to Barton, and soon after that...
Here is the first federal cabinet, studded with names made famous in the fight for federation.
It became known as the Hopeton blunder.
In a sense, it was a kind of leadership spill. He really didn't have the support in the various states.
It was a tumultuous start to the nation, but eventually things settled down. We've got Labor on the left,
settling down,
Liberals
I love
and Nationals
that the
on the
chinchilla
right.
is finally
We've
quiet when
Finally,
streams gonna transition.
A long, stable period in politics. In the second half of the 20th century, those parties won 2,609 out of the 2,619 seats in general elections. 99.6% of them, a phenomenal success rate. That's changed, but this time, it's not a blunder. It's what voters want.
Of course, Melbourne is a Greens-controlled area. It fucking would be.
If you're interested in politics, if you're the kind of person who watches and reads the news...
I kind of love that they included him setting up the table and the keg. That's great.
...every day, there's one thing you have to understand about how this campaign will work. It's probably not for you. They're not talking to you. For the most part, they're assuming you've already decided how to vote. The targets of a campaign are the swing voters and the soft voters. Swing voters are those who genuinely change their mind from election to election. They're completely up for
It's like
grabs.
nobody actually cares about your vote. But technically they do. Technically you are the swing voter. You're just not the swing voter.
Yeah.
The swing
Right,
voter is the... But this video is so funny because they're like, why should we care if people have to know what policies someone stands for and is politically engaged? Our system is designed to have the voting public blind and not knowing what policies are.
The nature of being a swing voter is that you are prepared to kind of move your vote around. For political operatives, they don't like that. They don't respect it, but they have to understand it.
And they're also chasing soft voters.
If you're a swing
Soft
voter,
voters might
you know what
think-
you are? A rube.
Yes. You essentially, yes. You're a tool to be won. You're a ticket to be won. You're a ticket to be punched. That's all. You don't matter. You get convinced by populism and you vote the way that they want you to, and you get given those stupid little cards at the start of the voting.
They go into why those cards exist in this video.
Great.
You love it.
One way and
Yeah,
usually
you know what it is? It's to create waste. Killing trees just to create waste because nobody fucking reads them. The bins are full of them. It's such a waste of money and time and paper. Just use QR codes, you fucking useless cunts.
They vote that way, but they're persuadable if you can reach them in the right way, at the right time, with the right message. And that's a big group now.
It's the largest group of uncommitted and soft voters we've ever had in Australian history. And the people or party that can appeal to those and say, we're on your side, will be the winner.
Just look at
But
soft
they're not.
voters, where the numbers are huge. Resolve, which conducts polls for the 9 newspapers, asks its respondents, how firm are you with your vote? Its February poll found 39% of voters were uncommitted. They weren't locked in. In late February 2022, just before the last election, the same poll had just 22% uncommitted.
Isn't it cool?
And a separate poll
that
by
you, like,
Essential
get
Research in March
elections
found 40...
where it's like, hey, if the woman doesn't win here, the world is gonna end. Isn't it cool to have an election that doesn't have that kind of pressure and stress? like you know, it fundamentally does not matter
It
who's
doesn't
the
matter,
president
yeah.
in Australia,
Yeah, it
the
literally
prime
does not
minister.
matter. Yeah, it's so inconsequential. It's why I fucking hate living here. Like, it's great. If you want to live here
look,
and you
bro,
don't care, great.
You got it made, let me tell you. Can you imagine what it's like the year leading up to knowing that Trump is going to win that presidency and the amount of, like, internal shields you need to build up for when it happens?
Yeah, I can imagine. Nothing really
It's-
changes here. It's so boring.
It's fucking crazy.
Nothing.
But I
happens.
also do want to say, one of the things that I did say is that I expect him to be largely ineffective. And even the tariffs, he immediately
did say
backed
that.
off on. The strongest policy, this was his thing. And he's completely been ineffective in enacting the policy that he ran on and wants to
Yes.
do the most. If he's that ineffective, but that's the thing, it's not like he's not breaking shit.
Mhm.
And like,
And we'll
the
see in 90 days.
deportations is such a
Yes.
fucking abhorrent
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah. I'm waiting for the point that somebody starts defending people. Like, starts making sure that these people aren't taken by the secret police. Because that is, in essence, what ICE is acting like right now, is the SS.
The Supreme Court said everything is illegal.
Mm-hmm.
So...
Which is
like
why
to
I
hear
make
him
the
cope
comparison.
over the Supreme Court.
Exactly. This is why I make the comparison of the SS to ICE, because what ICE is doing now is essentially Gestapo shit. Like, it's literally hunting people down, stopping them in the street, going to workplaces, getting people
And
to
also,
rat
like-
out on each other. Like, it's Gestapo shit.
Like,
Gone?
specifically practicing Jews, you know?
Mm. Yes, yeah. It's crazy. I don't have much faith that the legal system is going to have any impact whatsoever. It's literally going to come down to the people need to act to secure the country's freedom and security.
Positive America did
Like-
an interview with the Canadian lady who was
Okay.
fucking detained for 2 weeks. And it was interesting because she was just such a... I understand I have privilege and it exposed me to this system type lady.
Yeah,
Like, she
okay.
was not a left-wing person.
Mm. Now she is.
No, not at all. But the point is that it wasn't really about her politics. It was about, she's like, she would probably be more in the fucking, because she like she was working at like a health and wellness mommy thing,
okay.
you know. So it's like she would be more like a nut.
Yeah, okay.
If anything. But she was just talking about how just because she had fucking privilege is why she was able to get out, and just like they literally wouldn't even give her arraignment.
Amazing.
Like, people aren't getting arraignments. That's fucking crazy. So trust me, being from New York,
Yeah.
not having arraignments is insane, because New York City, they fucking always arraigning bitches, right? It's like they make sure they go through those arraignments, and they will do it like it's like a freight train. They never stop doing arraignments
Yes.
in
Yes.
the New York courts, because the jails are fucking full.
Yes. Yeah, that's like a massive problem, isn't it?
Yeah, but you should be able to see a judge at least once if you're getting fucking swept by ICE.
Yeah, you would think so. That's very
But
strange.
no, that's the thing. That's her whole story is about, is that they wouldn't even give her an arraignment.
Mm.
They just kept transferring her to prisons with no judge. And they justify it because she's not an American citizen.
And this is why I say that if you are traveling to the US, be very fucking careful.
She was
Like, it's-
literally on a work visa.
Yeah. Like
And they basically
are...
revoked her visa
Yeah.
and then arrested her for not having one. Essentially is what happened.
Mm-hmm. It's insane.
58% of voters were undecided or open to changing their mind, with coalition voters seeming the most locked in.
You know, you go back to the Howard era, the soft voter segment in Australia
Wow,
was...
you mean the Conservatives are the most hard-headed and uninformed, so that way they continue to vote for the Conservatives? Who would have guessed that? That hasn't been a trend globally at all.
I mean, it
20,
is in the name.
25%. And as the campaign sort of started taking shape,
Don't learn
it narrowed
anything, the
into
party.
around 15% soft vote. So there's a much bigger soft vote cohort
You know,
today
it's
than
like
there's ever
Dave
been.
Rubin. It's like,
In many
I've
cases,
always
what
been
political parties are
rational.
trying
It's
to
the
do is
liberals
make sure
who
that
ran
they-
away from me.
Yes, that's definitely
Yes.
how it works.
But, no, that is how it works, though. It's the party of going forward. The other one is not changing anything. That's why it's easier to be a conservative. You don't ever need new political information.
No, of course not. You know everything already.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, soft voters are pretty much locked in the months leading up to an election.
It starts with the opening pitches.
So Australian elections always follow a pretty tried and tested formula.
Well, here we go again. This election is a choice between Labor's plan to keep building or Peter Dutton's promise to cut.
Well, this election is a choice about who can better manage our economy.
If that sounds familiar, well...
Australians will have a very clear choice.
It's a choice between a government you know and a Labor opposition.
This guy
that you
is my
don't.
favorite.
It is a clear choice between
What a
careful
fucking...
planning
He
and
was the
their
closest you
patchwork
got
of
to
last
Boris
minute promise.
Johnson.
Yes,
You know?
and it was the same
Like-
time, yeah.
We almost had like a full comedy trio, but he's just not funny enough.
and gimmicks.
The leaders are trying to set the terms of the contest on the ground that they think will attract swing and soft voters to them. And they want journalists and voters to accept those terms.
It's about convincing voters that this election is about health, or this election is about security.
We gotta shut down Rumble and start Bong Slut.
Okay.
We gotta get going.
Rumble, goodbye. Alright, channel is live.
And that while we've got their brains primed to think about those two things, they will potentially vote differently.
Stopping the boats. Have we stopped the boats? We stopped the boats.
Education revolution. Education revolution. An education revolution.
It's not a particularly inspiring or edifying way of running politics, but in a compulsory voting system where everyone's going to turn out, all we have to do is get voters' brains turned on to the thing that we want our voters thinking about.
That's not a judgment, it's just reality. You are totally entitled to pay absolutely no attention to politics. You shouldn't have to read all the policies and religiously read the news to participate in our democracy.
We don't read policies. I don't read policies, and this is literally my job. We just want voters thinking in high-level terms so they can go about their day. For the parties, that means we just keep repeating the same message over and over and over.
Does this make you want to lose it? I was like, wow, a voting video that's specifically made to trigger Jack. I can't believe it. I was dying when I got to this part. This is as far as I got before saving it, and I was like, oh my god, he is gonna love this.
At least they're aware, I guess. Fucking little bit, I guess.
Policies, and this is literally my job. We just want voters thinking in high-level terms so they can go about their day. For the parties, that means we just keep repeating the same message over and over and over. You will hear health, you will hear Medicare, you will hear security, you will hear jobs and growth. And both parties criticise each other for doing it. They're all doing it. Every party around the world is doing it. It's the shortcut to votes.
So how do you find a swing voter?
As it's gotten bigger, it's become a lot more diverse, a lot harder to pin down who exactly these people are.
You can't just ask them.
Saying that you're a dedicated voter to a particular political party isn't a sign of loyalty anymore. It's a sign of stupidity for a lot of people, because they think, why would you vote for one political party? Why would you be loyal? It's fashionable to say, I'm a swinging voter, I'll do my own research and make a decision.
No, nobody fucking says this. Literally nobody. Everybody just says, fuck the major parties. And because we are forced to vote, that's the attitude we are forced to have. Because the attitude of, fuck everybody, I'm not voting, gets you fined.
Based on what actually happens, but we know that.
And when I get that fine, I'm going to send it back to them, telling them to take me to court. Because I'm fucking over this country.
Often doesn't.
Like, there has to be somebody out there who's waiting for it to be challenged.
These are the hardest people for candidates and parties to reach. There are entire industries set up to find them and find out what they want. So let's stop talking about swing voters and start talking to them.
Okay, that's enough. We don't need to hear from these people.
In this room in outer Melbourne, we're bringing undecided...
We'll listen to one. I'm kind of curious about the first one, and then we'll move on.
Voters together in an activity that campaigns conduct all the time, but we rarely get to see. A focus group. We've asked the team at Redbridge, conducting the focus group for us, to try as hard as possible to find genuinely undecided voters.
I know there's an election coming. I'm pretty sure it's this year.
I couldn't even tell you who's running this year for Australia.
I didn't even know there was an election coming up, to be honest. Like, now that I know, I'll probably do a little bit of research.
Watching on with me are former Labor strategist Cos Samaras and former Liberal strategist Tony Barry.
Ideally, you want people in the room who are not interested in politics. That's basically the genuine undecided voter, disconnected from politics. They consume political news like political junkies do.
Yeah, the benefit with
I completely disagree. The actual undecided voter is incredibly informed. An undecided voter who is uninformed is just an undecided swing voter. There's a very different thing here, and I think that needs to be distinguished.
I'm special.
Like, the undecided vote from somebody who knows what they're talking about, and the undecided vote from a fucking mongoloid is not the same.
Because I'm different.
Focus groups are quantitative research. Qualitative research gives you great creative leads, deeper thinking about how they see issues and how they view it. You get that touch and feel about why they feel the way they do.
Polling tells us over and over again that the cost of living is the #1 most important issue this election. Ipsos research puts it far and away at the top of the list. Nearly 2/3 of Australians rank it in the top 3 issues in the country.
And one party
and most of the other
has
issues
a
in the top
plan
5
to
relate
fix
to
it
people's
that
budgets
might
as well.
work, and the other one has a plan to just make it worse and lie to people saying they'll fix it.
Yeah, make a slush fund that they can get money out of.
No. I said
houses.
one side has a plan that might work. The other side plans to make it worse and is lying to you. That's what that's what your election is. Isn't that fucking great?
Yeah.
Can you imagine that instead of like, hey, the entire country and global economy might fall apart if people vote for an idiot.
Well, that's the stakes America wanted.
I'm gonna fucking go
A
back
focus
in time
group tells
and
us more about how the
kick Thomas Jefferson in the fucking balls.
cost of living will drive their vote and what they think of
fucking red dragon him and fucking staple his eyelids open and tell him to look at it.
While you're there, put a bullet in fucking what's his fucking face? The Trail of Tears cunt. What's his name?
Oh, that's way later.
Isn't he still around then? Andrew Jackson?
No. Jackson is like the second generation.
Ah, okay. So it wasn't quite there then. You just make a stop on the way back.
The first generation is Whigs and Federalist, and then it's Jacksonian and Whigs.
Yes. Yeah. No, you'll have to make a stop out on your trip back.
are responding.
Just on that interest rates question, does it give you more confidence that maybe the government's got the economy and inflation under the control now that we've got an interest rate in the bag, or it doesn't move? Linda?
No. I just see it as look, it's great. I'm not complaining that there's an interest cut, but I think considering where my mortgage was 5 years ago to where it is now, it doesn't even cut it.
I don't know about my little one. Maybe in the future, after 10 years or when he grows up, or she grows up, what will happen, how he or she can buy the house.
Back in the day, like I would spend on maybe $50 and then I'll have a whole massive bag full of shopping. $50 now, like you might have like 10 items, not even.
I've got a little one, I've got 2 more on the way, and it's just, I'm just constantly worried about everything going up.
I mean, this is a window into the lived experience of young mothers out there in the outer suburbs, and they're mostly millennials. They're working longer hours, they're having to take extra work, an extra job. They're spending less time with their kids. It's frustrating them. It's causing massive...
Wow, it's almost like there's 4 mining companies controlling the government, and the government serves them and not us, and they make us vote for the mining companies that get benefited by selling all of it to China and making hand-over-fist profits while we get fucked over. And then on top of that, you've got supermarkets who raise prices and still make billions in profit while we barely are able to afford it. But of course, steal from those guys, and that's bad. That's bad. You're not allowed to steal from the guys literally robbing you blind. That's illegal. But them, they can rob you legally. That's fine. Absolutely no qualms about that. They're big corporations. They make us money. You don't. You are valueless.
No surprise, it's this particular group of Australians who are a big problem for the Albanese government, and they are gravitating towards Dutton.
I mean, a lot of commentators ask, why is the coalition now competitive with the female vote? Whereas in 2022, the vote crashed in that cohort. And I mean, that's a perfect explanation why.
Cost of living, housing, healthcare, these are issues that Labor used to own, right? Has something changed?
Yeah, the last 2 years. Now, if you're a Gen Xer and older, you probably remember the recession of the early 1990s. But for these Australians, first time ever.
This group was held soon after Labor's promise to fund increased bulk billing by doctors. An announcement quickly matched by the coalition. A promise welcomed by these undecided voters to a point.
Even though, yes, I see it's a positive announcement, but I don't think it's the answer.
Hey, did you know that Medicare and healthcare in Australia is much more expensive now, and it's harder to find bulk billing because of the Liberals? So how about we don't listen to the Liberals when they lie and tell us that they're going to help Medicare and healthcare services when they have actively been gutting it and destroying it for years?
I think there's a lot more that has to happen. I think it used to work better.
It used to work about 5 years ago. I don't know what happened.
What's happening?
Where we started having to pay to go visit $60, $70 and we can't get in to get an appointment. But before, I never had a problem going to the doctors.
The Liberals. The Liberals implemented policies which Labor could not reverse. I'm pretty sure this is what happened. You might have to quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure the Liberals privatized health and tried to increasingly privatize it, meaning that the 30 million GPs that exist, that really 90% of them are dog shit, don't bulk bill anymore. So now it's costing people to go to the doctor. Pretty cool. Pretty cool how Australia is going from a country with healthcare to a regressive American-style system where you have to pay to literally go and get medicine that should cost you $3.
So do you feel like this announcement will help that situation?
I think if it was something they were to implement, then I think it would definitely be a good thing.
I know you said if they're to implement, does that mean you're not sure what they'll do with this?
They can say one thing and do another, and a lot of people aren't certain, but if they were to implement this, it would definitely be something that would stick with me for the next election.
In other words, I've not seen them do it for 2 years, therefore I don't really trust that they will. And it's profound, particularly in the health space, because Australians have seen what governments are capable of during the pandemic. So they're very cynical because they've seen what governments are truly capable of actually achieving.
Not every swing voter is created equal, but these ones in McEwen, they're the people that the campaigns are trying to reach by all means necessary.
Curtain? I don't care. We got a movie?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Gotta get over to it.
Alright, YouTube is shutting down. Bye, YouTube. Goodbye. Hold on. I think that's the right one.
Sir.